is Wednesday, November 5th, and it is now 9:03, and we will call the Arizona Water Protection Fund Commission meeting to order. Would the executive director please call the roll?
Chairman Rodney Howe.
Present.
Vice Chairman Steve Turcotte. Vice Chairman Steve Turcotte, are you with us today? He's going to be here, so we'll circle back. Commissioner Brian Wiesmeyer here. Commissioner Shelley Blackmore. I understand Commissioner Blackmore was supposed to be here today. She might be in traffic. We'll circle back to that. Okay. Commissioner Rolando Flores. Here. Commissioner Pat Jacobs.
Present.
Commissioner Frank Krantz. I did get a message that Commissioner Krantz would be able to be here today. Okay. Commissioner John Ladd. Commissioner John Ladd, are you with us? And Commissioner Tina Thompson?
Here.
Chairman, we do have 5 members of the commission here. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. Excuse me. The next order of business is a call to the public. So this portion of the meeting is reserved for members of the public who do wish to address the commission. Please note that each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and that the commission can take any action on items or issues that are not listed on the agenda. So that in mind, if there are any members of the public who would like to address the commission outside of giving your presentation, this would be the time to do it. All right, hearing none, we will move to the next item, review and consideration of action to approve the June 17th, 2025 meeting minutes. Everybody had a chance to review those.
Hello. Anybody there?
Yes, is this Commissioner John Ladd?
Yes, sir. I'm on the phone.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Pat Jacobs, I move we approve the minutes.
We have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor of approval signify aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. Excuse me. The next order of business is related to grant 24222 WPF, the Verde River Access Point Restoration. The commission will discuss and may take action to approve a change to the scope of work. Ruben, do you want to introduce?
Yes, I'm not sure if we do have Elaine Nichols or Rachel Laura on the line from Friends of the Verde River. Are you present with us today?
Yeah, Elaine Nichols is here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner, so this is a request for a change in the scope of work of the project. There's no funding changes. It's just a change in application or what the grant is going to be doing. Elaine, if you like to present anything or make a couple comments on the scope of the change, that'd be helpful.
I have a slide. Is that okay, or I can also just talk through it?
Yes, can we give Elaine presenter? We're going to try to give you presenter access on this.
Okay.
Elaine Nichols.
You should have access now.
Okay, so there's a share button down at the bottom of your screen. And you probably want to share the window.
Okay, can you see it?
So I think it's loading. Yes.
See it now?
Yes, Elaine, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so in our original agreement, we have 4. So this this project is focused on, this part of the project is focused on installing rock mats at river access points to reduce erosion during for kayakers accessing the river. So our original agreement listed 4 sites here on the slide: Skidmore, Big Knotty, Homestead, and Beasley Flat. Excuse me. And we are proposing a change to exclude the Homestead site, and then to instead do 2 rock mats at Beasley Flat. And the reasoning behind this is the Homestead site is not really used by the public very much. It's the intent of the Forest Service to build that up in the future, but both of the areas at Beasley Flat are currently getting a lot of use and would benefit more from the rock mats installed down there instead of at Homestead. So we'd still be doing 4 rock mats as proposed, just 2 in the Beasley Flat area and excluding Homestead. And the Forest Service has said that they still would work towards getting that rock mat at Homestead at a future date once they are able to get the site developed and more prepared for that.
Thank you,
So-
Ms. Nichols. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Yep, perfect.
Elaine, if you don't mind me adding on to that, I was just informed also that the 404 permits for this site were actually issued for all 4 sites, the sites being presented today. So they went through the permitting process to get those in place.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Also the SHPO permit too.
Yeah,
They're all, okay.
We have a motion on that.
I motion to accept their proposal, their change.
We have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the request? All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Nichols. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Elaine. I'll be working on an amendment with you to get that in writing. Get it solidified
Okay,
in writing.
thank you so much.
Excuse me, my allergies are killing me today. All right, the next order of business are the program updates from our executive director.
Okay, commissioners, the first item up there is an update on the action taken by the Arizona Water Protection Fund Executive Committee on Grant Award Contract 22-213, Dye Ranch Erosion and Wetland Restoration. The Executive Committee met about 2 weeks ago. The purpose of this was the grantee had requested a 1-year contract extension on the project. It was an erosion control and wetland restoration project on Dye Creek, which is the grantee is the Arizona Game and Fish Department, and the project is on Arizona Game and Fish Commission owned lands. The contract is set to expire right now. We're here at the end of December 31st. The applicant or the grantee did request a 1-year contract extension. As far as restoration work, everything is done and complete with the project. The monitoring is complete. The last phase, the last piece of the project was for them to release northern leopard frogs on the site. There was a suitable habitat for being at the site. Given the rains and everything is still happening, some of the wetlands were holding water, but it wasn't fully developed for suitable habitat. So they wanted to hold off on releasing them. And again, just to keep in scope with the purpose of the project and the intent to release it within our grant award contract timeframe, we requested a 1-year extension on that. The executive committee did approve a 1-year extension, so the contract will expire December 2026. And hopefully as part of that, they will be releasing frogs next year if habitat conditions are suitable. Any questions on that?
All right, next update.
All right, the next one is for all commissioners. As part of your meeting materials, and I do have some online or here on hand, I did pass out the conflict of interest notice to commissioners. If you have any conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, please provide me your form. I did receive one now from Commissioner Brian Wiesmeyer. I did receive one from Chairman Rodney Held. So, okay, these are on file. If any other commissioners have any potential conflicts of interest or anything like that, please forward them to me, either email or in person. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. The next AWPF fiscal year 2026 projected fund balance update. Give me a second here. I've been working with our finance department to get a projected fund balance for our share it and go through this really quick so the commission has a general idea on what we're potentially expecting for funding for this year's grant cycle.
You should have presenter rates.
Okay, so please note that these are projected funds. These aren't the state accounting system is showing right now. So these are, again, looking out until June 30th, 2026. The top line is correct. That's the beginning fund balance for the beginning of this fiscal year, which is July 1. The general fund appropriation, $750,000 will be getting deposited into our account by June 30th. Again, we get deposits in quarterly, so right now we don't have a full deposit that's in there. The anticipated interest that we're expected to get into the fund leaves a total of approximately $4 million would be the fund balance. The next line's down, grant expenditures to date. The grant obligations remaining, again, those are existing grant award contracts that still have funds tied to them. We have fiscal year 2026 expected support costs of $219,888, and operating costs, travel and operating, totaling about $5,000. So expected expenditures for the program for the fiscal year are $2,518,861. So that leaves us at the end of the fiscal year a projected fund balance of $1,501,150. So that would be kind of at the end of the fiscal year. So again, as you recall, we do have two grant accounts. Just focusing on the grant account balance, that's what the commission would be using for funding. That unobligated fund balance was $1,408,821. And just as an FYI for fiscal year 27, staff would be requesting fiscal year funds for project support on that. So that difference would be $1,183,933. Again, staff's funding recommendation, the projected funding available to grant would be $1,180,000. Again, the commission can approve whatever they like with staff recommendation. Grant balance minus what we need for acting for the next fiscal year is a projected funding recommendation of $1.1 million for fiscal year 26.
Thank you. Any questions? All right.
And just to add to that, the reason that the number jumped significantly from the $750,000 that we projected last time is that there was a grant award contract that did close out early. We got about $300,000 returned from that grant. They weren't able to complete everything they wanted to, and the grant contract expired. That did help bring up our unobligated balance for the year.
Well, that's good news and bad news, but good news. Alrighty, let's move on to our next item, which will be our applicant presentations. Just as a reminder to our presenters, you have up to 20 minutes to write your presentation to the commission, and then the commissioners will have some time to ask any clarifying questions that they may have. So our first project is application WPF 2603, Cordelia Water and Forest Resiliency Project. And we have folks. Oh, Elby's snuck around me.
Up here.
Awesome.
All
Thank you.
right. Good morning. Is this okay?
Yep, you can go wherever you want.
Good morning, I'm Elvie Barton. I am the Water and Forest Sustainability Senior Manager at Salt River Project, and my team leads all of SRP's forest health initiatives. Thank you for having me this morning. I'm going to provide some background and context. I'm pretty sure you guys are all very familiar with Salt River Project, but I like to just have an even playing field. Ruben, I don't know if you're able to bring up the slides that.
Right now.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to keep going. So just for some background context, Salt River Project, we're a power and water provider here in the Phoenix metropolitan area, providing water to over 2 million people every single day. We are the largest raw water provider in the Phoenix metropolitan area, and that water comes from a 13,000 square mile watershed. Can you skip ahead to slide 3, please? That water, so the water that we deliver to our customers comes from 3 primary watersheds. So the Verde, which is on the western side, the Salt on the eastern side, and then C.C. Cragen, which is that thumbnail watershed in between the Salt and Verde. And that water flows downhill into 7 reservoirs and dams, of which we operate on behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation. Next slide. One of the greatest risks to the water infrastructure and the water supplies that we provide to our customers is the threat of catastrophic wildfire. And so I like to show this image for 3 kind of reasons. The first one is if you pay attention to the bar graph, you can see that there has been a 10-fold increase in the sheer amount of acreage that has burned across the landscape since the early 2000s. And this is not to say that all fire is bad. We actually want low severity and medium severity fire across these ecosystems. It's actually what regenerates them. But the fire that we're seeing across these landscapes is primarily not low and medium severity. It is actually high severity wildfire that not only devastates the vegetation, it sears the soils, it makes it hydrophobic, which means the water can't soak into the soil. And then when you do have rain events afterward, it picks all that ash, sediment, debris, sends it downhill, and those really devastating post-wildfire flooding impacts that we've seen in the Verde, in the Flagstaff, or in the Peaks area. The other thing I like to show on this image is what we call mega fires. And those are fires that are over 100,000 acres each. And we've had 7 mega fires across the Verde and Salt since the early 2000s. The largest of which was the Walla Fire in 2011, over 500,000 acres. And then the one that kind of kicked this off was the Rodeo Chetasky Fire in the north part of the Salt River watershed at just 160,000 acres. So next slide. So understanding the risk to water infrastructure, power infrastructure, communities, and water supplies is why SRP's Board and Council adopted a forest health goal to help thin 800,000 acres by 2035. Next slide. But the fact is that we can't accomplish that without partners at the table to come help us on implementation and funding. So that brings me to the Greater Payson project here. And the Greater Payson partnership that we have is actually a 5-phase project partnership that focuses on over 14,000 acres area around the town of Payson to protect the community, protect critical infrastructure and water supplies. This year, and actually it's under operation right now, is the Winged Victory project here on the southeast side of Payson. And the project that we're presenting here today with you is the Cordelia one, which is at the very top. We do have plans to move forward with the Hoops, Princess Buttercup, and the Pioneer projects in the subsequent 3 years afterwards. Next slide. So zooming in on the Cordelia project, this is primarily a juniper, pinyon pine, brush land ecosystem where we want to remove that small diameter brush material to reduce the fuel loading on these projects because it's outside of its historical range. And the project size is about 4,432 acres. And we do estimate the timeline for on-the-ground operations to begin in spring of 2026. Now, contracts do tend to last for 5 years to get that work done. But what we have seen on our projects is that contractors are moving through about 200 to 300 acres per month. And so we've been seeing projects get done in 6-9 months, much quicker than that contracted time frame. This project is estimated at about $2.6 million of which SRP has secured $2.3 million. And that's where we would really appreciate the Arizona's Water Protection Fund to kind of help get us across the finish line and really be the catalyst to get this moving. The secured funding includes $1.3 million from the U.S. Forest Service, $500,000 from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, $81,000 from the town of Payson, $5,000 from Gila County, and then roughly $393,000 from Salt River Project to match the funding. These pictures on the top are examples of, or they are pictures of the Cordelia project and what the landscape looks like out there today. And then these project pictures down here below are actually from the Winged Victory project that we just took 2 weeks ago. So this is kind of what we are looking to achieve and move the land in this ecosystem into this kind of more healthier, less fire risk realm. So next slide. Just some information about the fire severity. So we use mean flame length, and flame length is like how tall those flames are if a fire were to start. And so we have a data set that across northern, central, eastern Arizona that can predict the flame length if a fire were to start in this project area. Anything in this 8 to 12 foot length is high severity wildfire. That's where you're having devastating impacts. So if you see here, and this is the Cordelia project that we clipped to you, it is primarily in this 8 to 12 foot flame length, meaning it's going to, if a fire were to start in this area, you are going to receive complete destruction of that ecosystem and see all those devastating impacts. Next slide. And this one is 95% flame length. So this is like looking at extreme conditions. So this is like it's 110. Your relative humidity is in the teens. It hasn't rained for probably 2 or 3 months, which this past summer and this past winter is not far off. But again, like you're now all the way in this 12-foot flame length, which is going to create incredibly devastating effects for some of these communities here, Star Valley, Payson, and then some of these smaller Mesa de Caballo communities that are just north of Payson. So next slide. So understanding the risk and that the solution really is to go in and thin the projects, and that allows for the reintroduction of low severity fire. These are the benefits that we believe are associated with this project and have been demonstrated through all the other projects that SRP has taken on in this area. So the first benefit is obviously the restoration of 4,432 forested acres. We do have a tool where we can estimate the water benefits associated with forest thinning projects. And this diagram here kind of shows how that happens. So when you have a bunch of trees in the land, you have transpiration from the trees, the evaporation from the land. And when you remove those trees, then you have reduced evaporation, reduced transpiration. And what that does is allow for that water to actually soak into the soils. And then when your soils are saturated like a big old sponge, then when you have continued precipitation, you will have an increased runoff into your stream. And so our water benefit model estimates that over 10 years, you'll see a 1,192 acre foot increased water benefit. And that means that water is either in the soils or in increased stream runoff from this project. We also have about 6.27 miles of streams from the Houston and Ash Creek primarily that are going to benefit from reduced erosion and avoidance of all those really devastating post-wildfire impacts. Obviously, the reduce of risk of high severity large-scale wildfires. Interesting enough, the town of Payson's water treatment and water distribution system is centered right in the middle of this project. So we're actually going to be protecting the water infrastructure for the town as well. And then this is obviously really great wildlife habitat for elk and deer and for the streams that are near them. So those are the highlights of the Cordelia project, and we would just ask for your favorable presentation today. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ollie. And I should have mentioned when I introduced the project, I am recusing myself from any participation on this because obviously I represent SRP on this commission. And so I have a clear conflict of interest. So I will not be participating in any of the conversation. But we'll open up for questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Beesmeyer.
Thank you. And that's, you know, SRP does an awesome job. Fortunately, restoration, and you've been a leader on that. So kudos for that. But you have a number of projects. I mean, I just know in the history of a number of projects there. Why this one? Now, I mean, of all your projects, why this particular one comes to the commission?
Yeah, so the reason why we chose the Cordelia project for the commission's consideration is a couple folds. One, it does have some streams that run through the project area, so we felt there was a really nice connection and tie to that. The second one is that it's such a large scale, it requires a lot of partners coming to the table in order to pull it off. So 4,432 acres is one of our, I think, is our largest project to date. But you also see those from the project acreage, you can see that increased water benefit from those acreages as well. And then the unique impact of the town of Payson's infrastructure lying so close to the project boundary, again, added that extra element of protecting water supplies and water infrastructure. So those are the three reasons why we thought this would be a particularly good fit for the water.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Thompson.
The pull plug from your classification will be left on the ground.
Yep. Yeah, so it does get left on the ground. We can't have any more than 2 to 3 inches of material on site. What we have seen from some of our other projects is that it actually acts as a erosion barrier, and it actually allows for more moisture to be retained in the soils. And so it will slowly break down over time and allow for the understory vegetation like the grasses to come back. And once that does happen and the kind of wood has cured, the Forest Service can then come back and prescribe burn it, which provides that extra layer of protection for the project.
Other questions, comments from commissioners? Ruben, can you help me monitor commissioners online? I have a hard time seeing.
Commissioner Jacobs online, we got Commissioner Conrad online.
They raised the hand, they can't see it. All right, well, I don't hear any online. Oh, yes, Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks. I think SRP, as I recall, I don't know where it is. You're in a project to support the burning free from clearings. Is it just too far to provide that material to the power plant?
So since it is primarily juniper and brush species, traditional timber mechanical thinning doesn't apply. So the only really treatment that can be applied is either you mop it and you just kind of scatter it, or you masticate it for this kind of species. When we take material from ponderosa pine thinning, that's when we can actually take it to a power plant or a lumber mill. But just because of this species, there's just not the economic value to do that. So
thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Okay, I don't see any hands up or any.
Thank you all. We appreciate your time.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. We have application WPS 2602, Allen Lake Wet Meadow Restoration Project. Yep. People here.
Hi, morning.
Good. Obviously, introduce yourself for the record.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie Bold. I'm the Southwest Watershed Coordinator for the National Forest Foundation.
And I'm Caitlin Gerton. I'm one of the institutional giving coordinators for the National Forest Foundation. Go to the next slide. First, we wanted to thank you all for being here today and listening to our presentation, and also for previous support for our project in Northern Arizona. A little bit about the National Forest Foundation. We're the congressionally chartered nonprofit to the U.S. Forest Service. And so our role is really to bring people together whether that is state agencies, nature lovers, companies, communities, to take care of our national forests and grasslands. And we believe that caring for our forests should be second nature. Our mission is to transform America's love of nature into action for our national forests. And the way we operate is guided in our values. We're national in scope, local in practice, and generational in impact. Next slide, please. So we have 3 pillars of impact for delivering our mission. These 3 core areas are essential to the health and future of our forested landscapes. But first we have land and watershed restoration, which we'll talk about a lot today. That's restoring ecosystems, improving soil health, wildlife habitat, and water quality. The second pillar is wildfire resilience, really reducing the risk and severity of catastrophic wildfire through forest thinning and community preparedness. And then our last pillar is recreation enhancement. It ensures accessible and sustainable recreation so that people can connect with nature safely and responsibly. These pillars reflect what forests and communities and land need the most right now, and position us as the nonprofit partner to respond to growing challenges with meaningful solutions. Next slide, please. So how we work, we operate at 2 levels simultaneously. We partner with the Forest Service and Forest Service staff and local communities to develop relationships. So we work hand in hand with the Forest Service, community groups, other local nonprofits, and tribal partners to deliver projects where they matter most. And we also work nationally, so building these large-scale partnerships, securing funding and support for projects, and then developing strategies that can be implemented across the country. Next slide, please. And how we work in Arizona. So our work is deeply tied to the Forest Restoration Initiative, or FORFRI, which is a multi-stakeholder strategy to restore forests across northern Arizona. And this region is especially critical because it supplies water to millions of people downstream, including communities across the state, such as in the Phoenix metro area, of course, also in Flagstaff, even trickling down to Tucson, and then our tribal nations as well. And our focus in northern Arizona is on forest health and watershed restoration and protection, reducing the risk of severe wildfire, supporting local communities, economies, and recreation assets. Next slide, please. And how the NFF does that is through our Northern Arizona Forest Fund. So that this provides a way to pool funds throughout the state to invest in the lands and watersheds that we depend on. So it's one of our key collaborative programs at the NFF. It brings together municipalities, businesses, utilities, and community partners to invest directly in watershed protection and forest restoration. And some of these projects focus on key watersheds that supply water to millions, reduce fuels, improve wildlife habitat. The fund is a model really for how cross-sector collaboration can turn shared responsibility into shared impact. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows our past year results through the Northern Arizona Forest Fund. So we raised over $10 million, or $10 million was invested into Northern Arizona forest. Yeah, some key highlights: over 3,500 acres of land were, reduced wildfire risk, and yeah, I think that slide kind of speaks for itself. But I will pass it on to Katie for our project.
Thanks, Caitlin. Next slide, please. So what we're bringing to the commission today for funding support is the Allen Lake Wet Meadow Restoration Project. This is a 20-acre unique wet meadow system on the Coconino National Forest, specifically on the Flagstaff and Mogollon Rim Ranger District. It's mostly in the Mogollon Rim, but has some ties to the Flagstaff as well. And then it's on the headwaters of the Green River watershed. So it's considered in the headwaters there. The direct benefits is just restoring that wet meadow complex really building resilient and self-sustaining intermittent wet meadow complex that benefits a variety of wildlife. On-site material will actually be used in the restoration, so there's no worries about reintroducing invasive species and keeping that seed bank on the land. It increases groundwater levels in the double cabin Park Jacks Canyon subwatershed, which then eventually leads into the Greater Verde River watershed, and it restores wet meadow function, extending the inundation period and restoring precious wetland ecosystem. And so this is a really unique project in that it's right off of Lake Mary Road, about 20 minutes outside of the city of Flagstaff, about 6 miles away from Mormon Lake for context. And yeah, it has a very unique history in that in the 1980s, Arizona Game and Fish, Ducks Unlimited, and some other partners such as the U.S. Forest Service wanted to restore this wetland meadow complex. And they actually took dynamite to it, explosive, because they wanted to create more of a waterfowl habitat. So, low, shallow pools, some mounding areas for them to land. And it didn't work. The intention was very in a good place, but it actually ended up breaking the clay lens layer. So it's actually serving as a drain right now. It's all the water is just draining out. So we're looking forward to restoring this complex. Like I said, on-site material will be used. There's going to be a lot of added complexity to increase diversity with woody debris material, shallow pools, mounds, which I'll get into later about the project specs. And then it has a the water replenishment volumetric water benefit is estimated at 220,000 cubic meters per year, which is equivalent to just over 58 million gallons for restoration of the full project area, which then will, like I said, lead into the Greater Verde River watershed, feeding, essential communities like the greater Phoenix metro area. Public involvement, this is also a very unique project and there's a lot of stakeholders invested. So the Coconino National Forest actually coordinates this CIWG, which stands for Coconino Integrated Watershed Group, which is comprised of various stakeholders that discuss watershed restoration activities throughout the forefront landscape. Allen Lake was identified as a high priority project for years. National Forest Foundation came to the table with resources and began studies and design concepts. And so, stakeholders were heavily engaged in meetings and design specs leading up to the final design approval. We had a couple field trips. Some stakeholders include Grand Canyon Trust, Arizona Game and Fish, Coconino National Forest, AZ Elk Society, etc. So a lot of vested interest in this project. Next slide, please. All right, so why is this place important? As many of you probably know, there's very few wet meadow systems on the Coconino National Forest and in the entire state of Arizona. And so when we come by these projects, definitely is high priority for us to help out and restore. It's an important site for groundwater discharge. There's a lot of indicators of watershed health on this project. Filter sediment and reduce runoff and downstream erosion into perennial waterways. It's a biodiversity hotspot. So like I had mentioned before, this place was originally set up for restoration initiatives to bring back more waterfowl and provide more water for large game species. And so it definitely is a flyway for those species, a lot of elk, deer, shorebirds, waterfowl in the area. And then it's high visibility off of Lake Mary Road, and the Arizona State Trail actually runs through it as well. So as you can see, Lake Mary Road is that County Road 209, and then the project is right off there. It's a kind of an eyesore wagon wheel that we're hoping to fix. Next slide, please. So this is some aerial views of what was done with the dynamite back in the 1980s. And so I don't really know the context behind the why to the shape of the wagon wheel, but like I said, they were really trying to increase shallow pools and waterfowl habitat and increase water levels for big game species. That was the main objective of the restoration practice. And like I had mentioned before, it's now serving kind of as a big French drain right now. Water is held on site after snow melt, but it quickly depletes off the land. And then this picture right here, you can see the tank too. So there is an allotment, there's a permittee for grazing. And so in the restoration plans, which I'll get into a little bit later, there is a plan to get that offsite to still have water availability for the cattle to utilize, but not impact the wet meadow restoration. Next slide, please. So like I said, the problems are just to improve the clay lens layer and really seal that. And so right now, all the water's draining. There's also a lot of recreation that goes on at this site. So because of its location right off of Lake Marion Road, there's a lot of UTV, ATV usage, a lot of camping that's going on right now. And so we really want to protect that and mitigate those impacts. There's a lot of decreased riparian and aquatic species diversity because the water's draining, water's not on the land as long as we'd like it to. And so the aquatic and riparian species are depleting. And then, yeah, just because of the drain concept, it's decreasing the inundation period of the water on the site. Next slide, please. All right, so activities to address Allen Lake wet meadow restoration. Like I mentioned, the CWIG and a lot of stakeholders are really invested in this project. And so in the 1980s, that's when the initial restoration initiatives happened with explosives. After that, the Coconino National Forest identified it as a priority project. And so we entered into a cost share agreement with the Coconino National Forest to address Allen Lake restoration initiatives. And then we brought some leverage funding from the Northern Arizona Forest Fund to do a design concept last year in 2024. And so that is all done. Really excited. We worked with a local contractor to do that. Like I had mentioned, a lot of stakeholder involvement and approval in that. And then, yeah, we're hoping to start implementation fall of 2026 with the support from Arizona Water Protection Fund. We're also hoping to leverage some additional dollars, which I'll get into the budget a little bit later, from Arizona Game and Wildlife and some of our corporate partners. Next slide, please. So the restoration plan, wanting to talk a little bit more about what we plan to do. So like I had mentioned, using material on site, additional excess soil to seal that clay lens layer. It's really clay silty, so we're hoping to bring in some material to seal that. Still keep the general wagon wheel, spoken wheel design, but play off of it. And so adding a lot more woody debris area. So as you can see in this picture, all of the brown is woody debris. The green is higher moundy areas for amphibians and waterfowl species, shorebirds, and then we have our low shallow pools that will also support macrovertebrates, more amphibians, and diversity of wildlife. So having some drinking water for elk, deer, or some of the larger game species. There is also a really intensive native revegetation plan associated with this. And so the endangered sneezeweed plant has historically been found in this wet meadow complex. And so we're looking to partner with Northern Arizona University about building out some revegetation plans, including growing some plugs for us to implement on the site, including that endangered sneezeweed, recontouring with the shallow pools and the mounds, and then plug and spreads. And so bringing in some trees found on site, using the root ball to really pond water and then spread it throughout the wet meadow complex system. Next slide, please. So our current proposal is, the National Forest Forest Foundation, in partnership with the Coconino National Forest, is working to improve the morphological and ecological diversity of Allen Lake and help build a resilient and self-sustaining intermeadow complex that benefits a variety of wildlife. Specifically, the restoration objectives include restoring site topography to promote an expanded area of inundation and increase wetland hydro period, meaning have water on the landscape longer. Enhancing morphological and structural complexity and to increase habitat and species diversity. So that's why we're adding in that woody debris material, shallow pools, larger mounds to just increase that diversity, establishing a mosaic of native plant species found in the area, which results in a really unique and cool partnership with Northern Arizona University, and improving nearby forest road access barriers and signage to reduce erosion potential, non-point source, sediment loads, and meadow damage from vehicles and OHVs, and then protecting nearby historic and cultural sites and integrating them into the project where possible. Next slide, please. So here's our budget and task breakdown. You're probably all familiar with the budget, but something that we're really proud of and looking forward to is how we're matching this project. It's roughly a $1.3 million project in total. We're coming to the AWPF with a total request of just over $250,000, and we're looking forward to leveraging dollars, like I had mentioned, through Arizona Game and Fish Department, our Northern Arizona Forest Fund, and corporate partners. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so in conclusion, yeah, we're looking forward to re-wetting Allen Lake Wet Meadow Complex. Like I mentioned, it's a really unique ecosystem for the Coconino National Forest. Has high visibility off of Lake Mary Road, off of the Arizona State Trail. Follow-up monitoring will occur after implementation, but outside of current grant application and cycle through separate funding through the Coconino National Forest. And Coconino National Forest hydrologists have committed to that monitoring and maintenance. It's a priority for the Coconino National Forest and the Seaway Group, and just a really amazing opportunity to reestablish precious wet meadow, native vegetation such as that sneezeweed, and extending inundation period and aquatic habitat, and improving riparian habitat. So with that, we'll take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Blackmore.
It's surprising that in the 80s they would have used dynamite at all. It's very easy to break the crust of a clay layer. So now I'm trying to fix this. I'm sure you've had experts telling you how to do it. How much success have they had of repairing something like this? Because I know from personal knowledge, that's very hard to do. How long do they think it's going to take to actually be able to seal it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So I was surprised to actually hear how much dynamite and explosives were used in the 1970s and 80s on restoration, especially watershed restoration projects. And so there's a lot of efforts going into kind of undoing what was done and restoring wet meadow complexes like this. And so, yes, we definitely have a lot of experts, especially with the U.S. Forest Service, Grand Canyon Trust, and Arizona Game and Fish, that have looked at the design specs. We had a certified engineer that did the designs for us, and they're very confident that once that clay lens layer is sealed with material, specifically that very thick clay silt soil to seal, will be effective and sustain long term.
Do they have any idea of how long that's going to take?
Right after the implementation activities. And so it's kind of like pie crust, right? So you're sealing with that kind of dough, and then it'll set. And then that's the reason that we're doing implementation fall of 2026, because that's when the water is typically at the lowest in most wet watershed systems in Arizona. And so the water will be low if at all. We'll seal that, and then in the spring, we should see a lot more water in that wet meadow complex because it's sealed.
They do know that that doesn't always work.
Yes. I'm very hopeful that we got a good plan and trusting our partners and our engineers. And definitely when we get to a point where we're looking at implementation, having someone on board that has the knowledge and can perform on the tasks that need to be done.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that you guys are trying to work on this. It's encouraging. Some suggestions I would have. I noticed in your recovery plan monitoring, you mentioned possibly fencing out the grazing animals. I would encourage you not to do that. For one, I think you should have included the grazing leaf seed and as one of your partners working with them, because I mean, they're going to have their cattle there, and that would have been a good partner to work with. In my experiences, a lot of times cattle and grazing animals can actually help reseal something like this. I think you'll find that the foot track of the cattle and the elk would help in your resealing process. And so mostly, yes, I'm disappointed to see that you're not listing the rancher as one of your stakeholders.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you to reach out to them, you even know who they are, and reach out and, you know, talk to them about this project and, you know, maybe how they could maybe help, you know, with herding under cattle and stuff in your project.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'm really glad you brought it up. And so kind of twofold, there was actually a passing of the torch, new permittee taking over the allotment. And so we do, and when I say we, the U.S. Forest Service range folks have a very good working relationship with that permittee, and they're in full support of this restoration work and project. They're actually really excited to see it restored because it'll provide more vegetation and benefit for not only their cattle, but the wildlife species in the area. And the fencing and the exclosures are temporary, 2 years max, just to get the vegetation established, reseeded, and then it'll be open up. Long-term exclosures will just include flatworm fencing to mainly keep humans out. And so definitely agree with you. There's a lot of correlated benefits with cattle grazing on these wet meadow complexes, and definitely have the full support of the permittee, and they're looking forward to it. So thanks for asking that and bringing that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner
Following up on Commissioner Blackburn's discussions. So is there an evaluation of, because I too understand that as a state don't always work because of the extensive damage that was done. So was there thought of assessing, and then you could have quote leaks, and then where do you have to do some more work to ensure those leaks?
Yeah, great question. So outside of this current grant proposal, the Coconino National Forest has committed to that monitoring. So that includes piezometers, vegetation transects, and photo points. And that is going to tell us how much we are recouping on the landscape when it comes to that water availability. And if it's not projecting out of what we thought, I think that's a really great indicator of maybe we need to go back and take a look at maybe some potential leaks or some problem sites. With that being said, there has been extensive analysis and prior work done by a lot of outside entities up to this point that we have used, and the engineer and the person that did the design really took into consideration when putting together that final design report. And so we very much trust that this will hopefully go in our favor and do exactly what we want, but that's not life. And so we're definitely prepared to back it up and make sure that it's actually doing what we want it to do, and holding and retaining that water on the landscape. Yep.
Any questions from commissioners online? Any other questions in our hearing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentation and your time.
Thanks for your time.
Before we go to the next project, Ruben, do you want to call the roll again? Because I think we've had several commission members join.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For missing Commissioner that we were missing.
Okay. Commissioner Frank Kranz. Were you able to join us today, Commissioner Frank Kranz? Commissioner John Ladd
I'm here.
and Commissioner Shelley Blackmore.
Here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Commissioner Turcotte, are you with us today?
I'm here.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Just want to make sure we have everybody on the record.
Didn't think about that.
Alrighty. If anybody needs water or muffins or anything, there's water or muffins in the back of the room, around the corner there. All right, what's up next? The application WPF 2613, the Bodeway Gap Colorado River Riparian Restoration Project. We know who's.
Yes, I believe Lynn Westerfield, are you with us today?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. It's a little hard to hear the room, but I can hear you, so hopefully my voice will come across as well. All right. So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this project and for your past support of Grand Canyon Wildlands Council. I'm Lynn Westerfield. I'm a director at Grand Canyon Wildlands Council, which is also known as Wild Arizona. This gets a little bit confusing for people. But Wild Arizona is actually a merger of Grand Canyon Wildlands Council and Arizona Wilderness Coalition that happened about 6 years ago. We still go by the name Grand Canyon Wildlands Council, especially in northern Arizona. But for those of you that don't know us, we operate 2 full-time professional field crews that work across the state doing watershed restoration projects as well as remote.
My buddy enjoys the runs more when he's getting treats.
Can you guys still hear me okay? Sorry, I heard someone talking.
Yes, we're trying to mute that other voice. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm still on who I am and who we are. So Larry Stevens is a co-author on this project, principal scientist and manager of every previous project that was funded by the Arizona Water Protection Fund. This project was named by Navajo Nation. Bodeway Gap is a chapter, a Navajo Nation chapter that names the land that the project is located under. Gap refers to the Notch and Echo Cliffs. If you've ever driven up to Page from the south, and you drive right through that notch, which is the gap that they're referring to in the Gap and Echo Cliffs. Yeah, right up there in Marble Canyon. This is actually my favorite picture of the project, so I hate to move away from it, but you get a sense of the extent of the land. But let's go on to the next slide, please. So we're requesting $228,000 in partnership with Navajo Nation to restore 8 acres along the Colorado River across from Lee's Ferry, and it is on Navajo Nation land. Navajo Nation is a strong partner in this proposal. The land is traditional cultural property to Navajo Nation. And with Arizona Water Protection Fund's help, we'll be able to offer the resources to make this project a success. The effort builds on successful Arizona Water Protection Fund projects at Lee's Ferry, right across the river, Paria Beach, which is just downstream, Hidden Slough, which is just upstream, and it will be further leveraged to connect a much larger habitat corridor along the entire length of Glen Canyon. That is our goal. And this is really the showcase that we're using to make it happen, hoping to use to make it happen. Okay, we'll go on to the next slide, please. So here's just an overview map. The river here going downstream, I guess on this shot it's going right to left. Everything on river left there is Navajo Nation land. On river right, it's Grand Canyon Glen Canyon Recreation Area until the park starts right downstream at Lee's Ferry, which is Grand Canyon National Park. But everything on river left is Navajo Nation. Of the 15 miles below Glen Canyon Dam, this is the most prominent piece of shoreline. It's right across from Lee's Ferry. There are 300,000 visitors annually, and it would make a great showpiece for restoration, not to mention partnership with Navajo Nation. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Prior to construction of Glen Canyon Dam, this area was scoured by flood. After dam construction, reduction in fluctuation, tamarisk, and other non-native plants were able to colonize the lower and middle terraces. The arrival of the non-native tamarisk beetle in 2009 killed or seriously damaged the tamarisk throughout the river corridor in the area of Lee's Ferry. The beetle, it killed a lot of tamarisk. It also made things really ugly and increased the ecological impairment of the zone. So lowered biodiversity. It's a mess in there. The solution, restoration, getting rid of this tamarisk, planting native Gooding's willow, Fremont cottonwood, other native phreatophytes that will greatly improve avian, herpetofauna, and shoreline habitat quality for wildlife, create shade, enhance scenic values for visitors. For those of you who've been to these sites that have been restored, they have a completely different feel when you're under this cottonwood gallery as opposed to being in this mask of dead and dying, like dense tamarisk. So, not that you can measure everything by feel, but they are lovely places to be after the restoration is completed. Okay, let's go on to the next one, please. So we just want to show that we've been successful in other projects in this area and that the methods we've used have been successful. This is the Lee's Ferry project funded by Arizona Water Protection Fund in 2001. I think it's funny that the pictures are in black and white because 2001 isn't that long ago, but this site provided a really successful example of riparian ecosystem revegetation where there was no new tamarisk after 8 years. So there were 4 years of irrigation, which was halted, and more than 50% of the native plants and shrubs survived. Some of them are higher than 10 meters now. The site itself is really wonderful to walk around. And bird diversity was a big winner in this one. After 4 years, the bird diversity was twice that of pre-treatment conditions. This is measured by our monitoring techniques and Larry Stevens. Okay, let's go on to Hidden Slough. So again, another partnership with Arizona Water Protection Fund, this one in 2007 with Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. Here we demonstrated it can be done at a remote site. So you have to take a boat up 6 miles to get to this site. The current site we're proposing is also remote, although you just have to take the boat across the river to get there. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So Paria Beach, which I think most of the commissioners are familiar with because we just completed this project last year. And here we really showed that prescribed burn was a really cost-effective method and incredibly effective in removing tamarisk. So not only did this show that prescribed burn worked very well, but that you're able to do this without irrigation, which is also how we're proposing the current project across from Lee's Ferry. So we can do it without Colorado River water. We really showed that the planted poles are reaching the water table and are able to survive. Okay, let's go on to the next one. We're still on Paria Beach here because it's important to note that the tamarisk originally was in a wide, dense swath. And when we replanted, it's in a little bit more of a narrow swath with native vegetation. While we are not measuring as one of our deliverables the increase in flow, it is a likely outcome of this project, an increase to flow to the Colorado River. So tamarisk is very good at evapotranspiration. We know it sucks up a lot of water. They're just really good at it. And with new plants planted in a narrower corridor, it has been possible to show with other projects that the flow is increased. It's really hard to show it on the Colorado River because there's so many different factors in the Colorado River itself, which is why we're not measuring it there. But it's important to mention. Something else about having several successful projects in one area along the Colorado is it provides a seed source for additional native riparian plant colonization. This is the first area after decades of study where we've seen natural reseeding of cottonwood. It's really exciting to see that. There's been no natural reseeding of tamarisk, which is lovely to see. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Yeah, this just talks about, let's start with the three major goals. So restoring natural shoreline configuration, native riparian ecosystem function, natural riverside habitats along the Colorado River. Goal 2 is to enhance recreation experience and quality, all of which helps the local economy. Partners and stakeholders in this project include river companies, those that work locally in this area, but it's a real economic driver for the local economy. And like I said, the place feels totally different after restoration. So goal 3 looks at engaging and empowering Native American and local youth in hands-on learning. And this is something where the partnership with our local high schools are really important. They bring in Native American youth, especially since it's on Navajo Nation land. That partnership is really important. Yeah, and we, when we submitted an application for this project last year, we had really an enormous goal as far as Indigenous youth outreach, and we still think it's a very important aspect of the project, but we scaled it down a little bit so that we're clear we're really using the money for restoration itself. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Yeah, so Grand Canyon Wilderness Council and Navajo Nation staff. Most of you know Larry Stevens, who's been on these projects for a long time. Eric Stanfield and Brett Powers from Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation is submitting significant in-kind match to the project, over 30,000, with everything from submitting necessary cultural and biological permitting to implementation to work with outreach. And this is a Page High School student who helped at Prairie Beach. Okay, let's go on to the next one. This is again a picture of the prescribed burn at Prairie Beach. This is our timeline. We would work on permits agreements beginning of next year. You can see the Indigenous youth field camps are still in this timeline. We would do 1 to 2 every year. Like I said, the Page High School kids in particular, some of them who worked at Prairie Beach were part of that restoration project throughout their entire time in high school. So it became an important grounding experience for them, and we aim to do the same thing. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so we did a lot of work in really examining the costs for this project, and we're able to bring them way down. This needed to be done, and it's worth noting that here in the restoration costs, most of those costs are for our in-house field crew that does the majority of the restoration work themselves. And while we still have outreach and education costs in there, they're much less than they were last year. And we have significant match from Navajo Nation, as well as an administrative match from Grand Canyon Wildlands Council. Okay. We can go to, yeah, thanks. All right, okay. So, I guess we're ready to open it up to questions and discussion. I wanted to say again, a huge thank you to Arizona Water Protection Fund. There's some really amazing projects that people are bringing forward, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So yeah, at that, I'd like to open it up for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it. Can you hear us okay online?
Yeah, I
You
hear
have a
you.
microphone
great.
in here.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Just want to make sure. Are there any questions from commissioners?
There's a little confusion as to, are you gonna have heavy equipment over there and have to get it across the Colorado River? Or
Yeah, thank
That's
you.
part of-
We after seeing the staff comments on that, we did a reevaluation of it, and I do not think that we are going to have enough slash needed to move around to need the heavy equipment. We had put it in there because we thought we might, and I know we have to have the line item in there if we're going to use that funds, but I think we can actually take that out and just invest it in the two-person augers, which have been really successful. We went and revisited with our director of operations, like how much slash they actually had to move around, and almost the entirety of it was burned. So I think we don't need to use that heavy equipment, although we did research how to get it across the river, which is fairly comical. It's on a huge motorboat, but we're gonna shift those funding. I don't think we need it. Great question.
Commissioner Blackman?
Yes, out of curiosity, why is it that the tamarisk is so easy to completely kill out?
You mean with the beetle?
No, with your burning.
Ah,
I think
well,
that's,
it's
you know,
mostly
it's so
dead.
hard.
Yeah, I mean,
It is
great
mostly-
question, but it's mostly dead already. The tamarisk beetle did a lot of the work. So, and prescribed burn is, mimicking like natural processes there. So it just does a good job of being in line with natural processes. And the tamarisk beetle really did a lot of the work ahead of time. It's much easier to burn something that's already mostly dead. If that helps.
Yes, it does.
Any other questions from commissioners? Any online commissioners? I can't see it.
I'm scrolling to see
Oh,
if anybody's.
All right, hearing none. Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate your presentation and your time with us here today.
Thank you.
Everyone okay to roll on, or do we need a break?
I need a break.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah.
I'll break it.
Oh, yeah.
Are back in session. The next application is WPF 2601, Green Stormwater Infrastructure and Holistic Management for Watershed and Riparian Health. And if you could please introduce yourselves for the record. You have the floor.
Sure. We will introduce ourselves here in a moment. I've got a team slide.
Okay.
So thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Go ahead, next slide. So the project team, I'll introduce myself first. My name is Ricardo McGarry. I'm the project principal. I'm also the executive director of Drylands Alliance Addressing Water Needs. My background is in ranching, but unfortunately the family operation did not make it. So I went off into study civil engineering and focused on water resources. My son was born and I was concerned about the legacy I was leaving behind, concrete and steel and centralizing the resource of water. So I looked back into agriculture and realized that there are some strategies, particularly in regenerative agriculture, that I can offer over to my existing clients at the time, one of the projects you will learn about in this slide deck. We also have Karen Riggs here. She's a former Cochise County engineer. I'm going to let her expand on her introduction when she speaks. Kieran Sikdar, he works with me in the engineering company that we work at. He's also a volunteer at Dawn. And then finally, not finally, but next we have Hunter Moore. He's on the line. I'll let him introduce himself.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Hunter Moore. I'm a consultant for the project. My background is in county and state government. I was Governor Ducey's policy advisor for natural resources for the first 5 years of the governor's term, working with all the state agencies that have a connection or nexus to natural resources. My background is largely in forest restoration and water management, working around the state of Arizona and in the West. Glad to be part of the discussion, and thanks for your time today.
Thanks, Hunter. Finally, we have Mariko Yoshinaga. She is also a volunteer at Dawn. Next slide. So the presentation today consists of about these 4 bullets. We're going to get into Dawn's mission and vision, particularly as it relates to the Water Protection Fund. We're going to talk about what holistic management is and how it applies to this proposed application, and then also how we intend to use the grant funds. Next. The mission, this is a picture of me in Zimbabwe in 2014. I'm standing next to a stream that had been running perennially for 2 years at that time, where the prior 40 years had been ephemeral. And the engineer in me wanted to know how this was accomplished. And I realized and learned that it was accomplished by the villagers in the area practicing what's called planned grazing. And in doing so, they increased the solar carbon sponge. As that sponge became saturated, the stream began to run perennial again. So this is one of those watershed moments for me. In fact, you might have heard of the statement that I think from Mark Twain is the 2 most important days in a person's life is the day they were born, the day they found out why. I think that day was for me. And I wanted to bring this over to Arizona. Next slide, please. I wanted to also validate that that wasn't just a unique happenstance in Zimbabwe, but there are other areas, particularly here in the Southwest, that occurred. This is a ranch in New Mexico, the Umar Ranch near Silver City. According to the judged by the highest density of songbirds, it's rated as the healthiest riparian area in North America. Next slide. Here's another example. This is a forest study done in near the Sedona area, where the forest has protected an area or unused, devoid of grazing, almost 80 years, you can see, and it's devoid of grass, where adjacent to that protected area where it has been grazed, you see plenty of grasslands there. Next slide. And this is the Verde River, also protected. These pictures were taken in 2013, so as of that time, 9+ years, so that now it's 20+ years. You see the picture on the left, devoid of a healthy riparian corridor. On the right, where it's heavily grazed, you see the flowing water and the grasslands on the embankments. Next slide. This happens to be in Wyoming, a shot looking upstream on the bridge and downstream on the bridge, but you can see the healthy riparian corridor where regenerative grazing had been used, and then the incisions on the downstream side. But essentially, it's the hoof action, the dung, urine, the behavior of the animals shaping the soil surface, the plant communities, and then ultimately a healthy riparian corridor. Next slide. So the vision for Dawn is an educational organization, and we intend to establish riparian vegetation statewide through education. We want to deploy sustainable nature-based solutions, essentially maximize the impact of restoration through holistic management, which is a framework for decision-making that Karen will get into when she's up. Next slide. I'm going to hand it over to Karen. He's going to take the next few slides. Go ahead, Karen.
All right, good. Can everybody hear me all right? Okay, great.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present. I get really excited about this slide because I love succession, and the importance of our work is really focused, and we really concentrate on a lot of robust, rigorous engineering and ecological methods to improve soil health and to study soil health, to measure it and understand the response of both below ground and above ground to our practices. And so I think it's really critical to how we think about these practices and how we can truly work with nature in order to maximize the benefits of any type of restoration project and funding going forward. So this is really the crux of what we focus on in order to maximize the impact of our work. And my background is in ecological and civil engineering, and I spent a lot of time out in the trenches, blood, sweat, and tears out in different desert riparian systems, trying to get life to thrive and survive and bring the lessons learned into the policy, practice, and standards work that we're doing as an organization. So this is a really exciting opportunity. Next slide, please. And so why green stormwater infrastructure? We are really trying to use practices that are passive in terms of how we can use rockwork, earthworks, woody debris in order to utilize stormwater as a benefit where stormwater is interfacing with riparian systems and looking at it as Ricardo mentioned, we are an educational institution, and so our real intent is to look at every opportunity. How do we use our water resources more as responsibly as possible to address the major challenges we have as a state? And we believe that looking at every water resource as an opportunity is really critical to that. And the practices that come with green stormwater infrastructure, just how we shape the land in order to slow water down, improve water quality, and best establish robust and healthy vegetation. These practices have been very helpful. This is a project with the city of Prescott, adjacent to Willow Creek and Willow Creek Lake. So a very successful training and installation opportunity, similar to the kinds of training and installation projects that we want to do with this project in our demonstration site. Next slide, please. And just another point about why green infrastructure. This is an example from the Cañada de Oro, and really trying to think about the importance of riparian systems, that there are going to be times where restoring historic floodplains will not be possible, but there are other water resources that can recreate the hydrating potential of what was once a flooded area by utilizing stormwater from adjacent lands, adjacent parcels. And so this was an example with the Pima County Regional Flood Control District taking water from adjacent parcels as well as the street, and instead of it going directly into the Cañada de Oro, diverting it through a series of berms and basins to rehydrate that up the riparian systems that were completely desiccated. And so we really see it as just another tool in the toolbox to store and support our riparian systems throughout the state. Next slide, please.
That's me. Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm Karen Riggs. I'm a member of the team. I'm also a board member of Dawn. Like Ricardo, I'm a civil engineer, and I'm what I call a recovering rancher. I don't ranch anymore, but I did for 20 years in the Chiricahuas and 10 years after that in the Little Dragoons. I was fortunate enough to get training in holistic management in the 1980s when holistic management was centered in Albuquerque. The center was there. I want to tell you a little bit about what it is. A lot of misconceptions, and even in this slide, we didn't quite get it right. But it's so much more than grazing. It is a management framework to make decisions in complex situations, and nature is about as complex as you get. So one of the basic premises in holistic management is that you plan for your grazing, you plan for your finances, you plan for the wildlife, you set up what you're going to do if you're a land manager. And you don't have to be a rancher, you can be a forester or a farmer. But the main thing is you assume that your decisions are wrong and you're going to have bad consequences. So you set up a monitoring program to catch those mistakes as soon as you can. And that's probably one of the most powerful things about holistic management, is that we're always looking for some indication that we might be going off in the wrong direction. And that separates us from straight science that wants to look at one variable all the way down. Well, you can't do that in nature. So anyway, we will be using holistic management. We will be training it. We've already had trainings at Dawn, where you're in a facilitation with veterans group of returning veterans from the different services who would like to get into agriculture. They're mostly interested in regenerative agriculture, and we're doing trainings there. So that's what I wanted to tell you about holistic management. We go to the next slide. Mainly that we can't do it in a very short time. Tell you about it. In my work with Cochise County, I retired in 2018. I was the county engineer. The Cochise County was a founding member of the Cochise Conservation and Recharge Network. We had partners that were also the city of Sierra Vista, the Hoodwood Natural Resource Conservation District, City of Bisbee, and the Nature Conservancy. And the green things you see along the San Pedro River, which was our main focus, were CCRN projects. And one project that you'll hear more about later is the Three Canyons. And that's really how Ricardo and I met. We should have gone to Vegas and gambled, because the odds of us both being civil engineers, both being ranchers, and both being trained in holistic management were, pretty far. But we got together. I was a county engineer. I was very involved in all the CCRN projects. And we had this little project called Three Canyons that fortunately didn't suit itself to concrete infrastructure for recharge. It was a former alfalfa operation. It was 3/4 of a section, had 3 pivots on it, had been conventionally grazed for decades by the previous owners. And you'll hear later about that project and what we've done down there to look at how regenerative planned grazing can improve soil health, increase infiltration, reduce flood runoff, and reduce E. coli from going downstream to the river. I think I'm good with that. So next slide, please. I'm going to turn it back to you or Kim. Okay.
So I'm going to get into the project now. We, as Karen indicated, we came together to formulate the vision for the scope of work and the vision for this project. The intent was, as indicated in the last slide, is to maintain the base flows of the San Pedro River to benefit the riparian and the water course for the river while not allowing E. coli in. What you see on the left is the existing conditions. That was about 2019, 2020. The county had a lease or a license agreement with the rancher. Those animals were just on that land, continuously grazing. The mineral cycle was broken as evidence of the manure in the foreground there. What you see on the right is what we're targeting. That's not the actual site, but that's a target. That was the model that we were aiming for. Next slide. So because I left ranching and went into engineering, specifically water resources, I'm able to marshal those values and benefits through surface water modeling. So we prepared a 2-dimensional surface water model. You can see it emerging from the Huachucas through the Piedmont. The site is delineated in the 480-acre red outline there. It's roughly about a mile to the west of the San Pedro. I want to draw your attention to the northernmost water course, the largest water course traversing the site. Next slide. The model was existing condition model, and specifically what we did is we cut cross sections. The cross section on that northernmost corridor was represented about 1,510 cubic feet per second. This is during the 100-year 6-hour storm event, a design event largely required by FEMA. The target model, what we did is we only adjusted 2 things to get an idea of what the potential of transforming this site could be with largely regenerative grazing practices. What we changed is the soil organic matter. We increased that to 5%, as represented by other practitioners around the country that had achieved that increase. We also increased the limiting infiltration depth. So as Kieran mentions ecological succession, that site was essentially bare soil, maybe a few annuals. So as you succeed forward, you're going to go from bare soils to annuals and then eventually perennials, which have a much deeper root depth. That root depth allows the infiltration of water to accelerate. So that's what we also changed on the model, is the limiting infiltration depth in the model. So what our target model represented at that same corridor was only 107 cubic feet per second versus essentially the compacted soils and the increased runoff heading to the San Pedro River, carrying E. coli from the dung and the urine. So a difference of about 1,400 cubic feet per second. So instead of it flowing over, flooding, that water is getting into the ground, benefiting the local aquifer that ultimately is there to benefit the base flows of the San Pedro River. So next slide. Here is some before and afters. So that's the picture that you saw earlier. This picture was taken in 2023. We even have better pictures. You can see in the background, the edge of the Fort Huachuca mountain range there to give you a transformation. So just to pause on that, one of the things that is so important with our organization is not being theorists, but being practitioners. So I wanted to verify this, the performance measures of regenerative grazing for myself, and that's why I was grateful that Cochise County, through Karen's leadership, allowed us to conduct this, essentially one of its kind, offering land management as an alternative to traditional civil engineering to get this result. Also have a multitude of other benefits beyond flood control, beyond restoring land and benefiting the local aquifer, but also benefiting the riparian area through watershed health. The picture on the lower right is the most recent picture. Karen took that. That was this year, September 11th, I believe, of this year. Next slide. So what are we going to do with the funds? Three Canyons was essential learning laboratory, also an education feature to educate the local ranchers or in the Cochise County area. So we want to take a page out of that playbook and bring it over to our demonstration site, our learning laboratory. And what we're planning to do is, as we've mentioned already, use holistic management training, which is a classroom, hands-on experience. We've started the training, as Karen indicated, but we project with this funding that we can educate approximately 200 people between now and the extent of the funding period. And with those improvements, also begin to take tours. Where? Next slide. We are very conveniently located in Red Rock, Arizona, immediately off Interstate 10 between Phoenix and Tucson. ADOT has recently indicated that we have the visibility of 50,000 travelers per day that goes by the site. So again, this is the location of the learning laboratory. There are plenty, there are plenty of opportunities on that site. We have a riparian drainage corridor that is flowing across the north edge of that site. It has a head cut. You'll see in the event this comes back on. Through that, we have many letters of support, one of which is through ADOT, Pinal County. So I'll go ahead and pause there, and we'll take any questions. Any chance you could bring that back up while I'm answering any questions?
Are there any? Yeah, Commissioner Black.
This is very interesting. And it's so good to see this kind of thing progressing. When you say you're slowing the water down, how are you doing it? Are you using rocks? Are you using berms? Are you using?
That's a great question.
What are you using?
One of my favorite questions, actually. So I want to start with that. To answer that question is, as a civil engineer, I was only given 3 tools: a pipe, a channel, a hole in the ground, and treating water like a nuisance. As we move towards green infrastructure, green stormwater infrastructure, you begin to decentralize the capture of stormwater. But then when you go even further into soil health, there's a relationship between soil carbon and soil water holding capacity. And one metric I would like to leave behind for all of you commissioners is that for every 1% increase in soil organic matter, the land can retain an additional 20 to 60,000 gallons of water per acre. So that's the half. By increasing the soil carbon sponge, when it rains, that rainfall becomes valuable right where it drops because that carbon sponge is there soaking it in to benefit the germination of seeds, to provide hydration for fungi and bacteria, an interrelationship between the plant microbial interaction. And of course, the more vegetation you have, the more carrying capacity you have for livestock and wildlife. A little bit more than the answer to your question, but that's how you slow the water down through soil carbon.
And we started with grazing. So when we started, there hadn't been cattle on that project for 2 or 3 years, and we finally had a good summer. So we came in the fall with a local grazer who understood what we were trying to do and was willing to adjust the timing for exposure of the pasture. We broke them up with temporary electric fence to move the cattle quickly to keep them much. If we went in early October or the end of September, by the end of the first day, we had thousands of dung beetles who came to the site and were on the dump. In a couple of days, it was warm still. We had good soil moisture. The dung was gone. Even when we had poorer years, if you turned over alpine, was full of dung beetle holes, and so was the ground. So we were not only growing deeper rooted, more perennial grasses, we were creating channels in the ground for the rain to go in. So there was a lot of different, so on the ranch land itself that we were using, there were no structures. It was cattle that did that. In this project, there will be some structures in the riparian.
So you're using the Allen Savory method and putting a lot of cattle on a small area to break the crust of the ground.
Cattle, sheep,
Yeah.
goats.
Anything.
We have,
Any livestock.
as an example, it's not repairing, but to give you an example, we have a contract with Tucson Water. We've been using goats and sheep on their recharge facilities that have vegetation in it. The infiltration rates have increased. Karen can speak about it, I think, by double. So it's whatever class of livestock we would want to train on, and also that training would be improvements anywhere we train. That's why we want to promote a hands-on training experience.
Well, I'm so curious. You said it's near Red Rock, which that is desert there. And of course, in the summertime, usually you don't see much vegetation. So, and like you were saying that there's a cut right near the freeway.
Right.
Is that something that you're still simply going to use the Savory system to slow that down? You're not going to go in and fix that first?
Yeah, and I think Karen was touching on that. We're using the Savory system as a decision-making framework, which means it's not only grazing. There are other tools that we would deploy as appropriate. So for the drainage corridor here, we would be exploring the use of the types of treatments that Karen was speaking about, and to figure out from a decision-making framework, do those apply? Could it apply to get animals in there and maybe knock down the embankments temporarily and complement, let's say, some rock work? Or could we use the animals to increase the soil carbon sponge and see if we can get that water to slow, maybe not during the major or the main floodway, but in the uplands? And so, again, the real vision that we want to present here is this relationship that watershed health equals riparian health. And we want to use our demonstration site to do that. We happen to have an opportunity with the drainage corridor to the north, as well as the uplands to the south.
And would you have to do that during certain times of the year? Is that what you would do? So that you're waiting for that. You're waiting for that flood.
Yeah.
So
that's part of it too, yes, and that's what we did in Three Canyons. We want to anticipate the monsoon events and trees in coming up to those events, the winter rains. So all that comes into this decision-making framework for sure. I'm remiss because of your questions that we did not show a before and after results in Red Rock of the work that we've done already in restoring
That would be wonderful to see.
happy to supply that if that's a possibility to submit afterwards. I'll follow Ruben's lead on that.
Sure. Is it on this presentation?
It's not. Like I said, if I knew the commissioner would have asked these questions, I would have put it on. But we have similar before and afters in Red Rock already, just like in Three Canyons.
Very good.
Any other questions? Yes.
Can you explain on that diagram of the recharge basins, did you get a grant?
We did. Yeah, and that's the last thing is to just let you know, this is a 501c3. We're not, we're new, but we're not so new that we have not had others invest in what we're doing. If you would like for me to explain to you what's going on there, last year we were awarded a WIFA grant to test infiltration devices to deep accelerate surface water. So, as you all know, Arizona is facing water crises, and in my work, I'm wanting to make that contribution to my fellow man, if you will. And so in doing so, we have looked at a new technology. It's called Parjana. So we went after a WIPA application to see how these devices work. So the field trials are essentially, this is the enhanced basin here. This is the control. We fill these basins. We are, those devices have recently been installed, but their claim, the technology, the company's claim is that you can increase surface water infiltration by up to 10 times. So we're conducting an independent study that's not influenced by the company, and it's truly independent. By the way, SRP happens to be part of that project and looking over our shoulders. We have a second WIFA fund that we're going to be conducting a sister project up in Prescott Valley.
Very interesting. And so, does the soil types or the deep below the soil, the topsoil, have to be a certain consistency or a certain type for your recharge basins?
No, we're not.
You didn't have to do
We didn't have to do
test
anything
hole?
special. We ran test holes to verify what types of subsoil formations existed.
Okay.
We're going to be doing the same thing in Prescott Valley. So that's what it is for, because right now these devices are apparently working successfully in the high rainfall areas of the country to deal with nuisance standing water. What we're trying to do is determine if they can be a credible recharge device, not just infiltration. And in this area, what we're dealing with is evaporation, which the threat of that could be about 30 feet deep, and Red Rock at 16. So that would be the first thing that we want to address. So that's what the study, Commissioner, should be completed by June of next year. So happy to share the results when we get them. Yeah. Well, you all are invited to our demonstration site, by the way, to see what we're doing.
And then the other question, I mean, you're talking about mosquito removal, and is that going to be mechanical or necessary?
No, we want to show that putting pressure on mesquite through animals is a viable approach. So that's part of our plan here, and there's plenty of opportunity to do it on this site. So that's the goal. We even have a renewing lease agreement with the property to the west, and you can see even more dense mesquite there. So we're planning to set up demonstrations of how animals can put pressure on that mesquite as well.
Okay. And that additional grazing lease gives us the flexibility to move the cattle off and have adequate recovery times for the grass that we do want to grow.
Right.
So yeah, they will not be on that site all the time because it's just not big enough.
I'm just really curious because the low desert like this usually relies on seasonal grasses, forbs, whatever, you know, so I'm really curious how this all works.
Sure. Now keep in mind, I do want to add, we are starting to get visibility with the military, and because the family operation didn't make it, and I went into engineering, this has municipal, federal government, state government benefits. And so part of our exploration is not only going to be from a private ranching perspective, which they, if you happen to go to the next slide, they will be one of the beneficiaries of this, but also from a municipal standpoint or a local government standpoint, we're getting in engineering level contracts for certain projects. And so we might want to figure out how we can accelerate nature's response. So formerly as a flood control engineer, which I still am, I had to deliver a project within 18 to 36 months, just feasibility, planning, design, and then construction. So part of the demonstration site is to figure out how nature can respond at that speed, because I believe clients, formerly like Karen, is expecting to have a result of attenuation or water quality, whatever the case may be. So there likely would be more money in it in a public contract than that could benefit the public, as opposed to just solely being in kind of like the shoes or the boots of a rancher. So we want to really expand our visibility between the private and the public sector. But I understand where you're coming from in terms of the curiosity of how this would work from limited funds from a ranching operation.
And natural, what falls from the sky.
Exactly, naturally falls from the sky.
Any other questions from commissioners?
In your budget, there's included, so none of the water protection funds would go towards just conservation education or anything. It's all for infrastructure.
Exactly, and that was an error. Kieran could probably speak to that. It was intended to be taken out, but I think there was one of the applications or something that actually slipped in and made it. So Kieran, you want to just address that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one bullet got left in, so it was an editorial error. The funding in the budget and the scope of work is all focused on riparian restoration. All the infrastructure is dedicated toward that. All the education training is all riparian restoration. So there were conversations that informed, some of the practices that made it not part of the program, and just an editorial error. So none of the funding or budget or scope focus on any water conservation practices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any commissioners online have questions, comments? Any other in the room? I did have a question about one of the, I can't remember which, there was a drainage plan that was included with the application that was associated with a building, and it's confusing to me whether or not funding was associated with addressing the drainage problem. I didn't know why that was included with the application, and so I just had questions about that additional building and the rationale for including a drainage plan for that.
Kieran, does that ring a bell with you?
So that's the drainage plan for the head cut that for the head cut and the property to the north. And part of what we would be doing was exploring some stakeholder engagement where ADOT is very interested in this project. We got a great comment letter from them, and they've been very supportive of this proposal, and our conversations with them have been very positive. So the funding would not be dedicated to, it's all on land that we have control of, and the drainage plan was only included in order to show the magnitude and impact on the head cut that we want to address through some of the practices, and then also engage ADOT and others on the adjacent properties for future work that we believe we can get funds that to leverage this grant funding. So that was the intent by the drainage report.
There's no building involved in this project.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was the post office, because there was a big drainage report done. The Red Rock post office is just on the other side of the head cut. And there's migrating erosion that has threatened the post office in the past. And that might have been what the reference to the building was.
All right, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hey, Mr. John Ladd, can I say something?
Oh, sure, Commissioner Ladd.
Well, all these projects down here in Cochise County and, the county and CCRN have been the front of all of our conservation efforts, and this program works. It fits the ticket for everything that we've been trying to do down here. And I'm impressed with it, and I think it's a good one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
What do you want to do for Randy? The next application is WPF 2606, Hacienda Lake Riparian Restoration and Enhancement.
So my name is Deanna Randall, and I represent the Hacienda Lake Recreation Association. I am a homeowner there. This is Jason Elliott. He's from ADEQ. And we have a third member of our team, and I don't know if she was going to call in.
Melody.
No, Melody, yeah. Melody.
Melody Reeve Snyder, are you present? Welcome.
It could be a
It might have just been a
calling user,
yeah.
can't see.
And she had her appendix out on Monday. I hope she would be here. So. I'll just continue. Could I have the next slide, please? So the Hacienda Lake Recreation Area encompasses 43.5 acres. There's 6 homeowners. And it's near Prescott, Arizona. Prescott, of course, was a mining town that was established way back 1863. And so our property actually lies on 3 mining claims. They're up there. And when we first bought our property, I've been coming up there since I was 9 years old. My parents had a cabin right around the corner in Potato Patch. So this was kind of my playground growing up. We lived on a ranch in Black Canyon State that we spent every summer up in the mountains. The mine that we had bought, my husband and I, it's actually McKinley Mine. It's one of the 3 mines in there, and it really needed remediated. It was a mill, and it was a waste pile, and it was a tailings dump, which is huge alongside the mountain. And that's when I met Jason Elliott from ADEQ, and we partnered with them, with ADWR, with Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife, all the acronyms were a part of it. And we did remediate the mine. We got that all done in 2021. It's a big success. The creek, Hacienda Creek, we're right at the headwaters, and it runs right alongside the mine. And there's a riparian area that's huge that comes out after the mine, and it's very pretty in the past. It's really green, aspen trees everywhere, lots of wildlife in there. Very, very pretty, but it has deteriorated over the years. We've had a lot of erosion from a lot of the rains. Sediment has gone on down the hillside. And so we'd like to restore that and make the wetlands wet again, make the grass green. Some of the aspens have actually died, and bring that back. We have a lot of wildlife up there that depend on it. We have bear, deer, turkeys, squirrels, javelina, bobcats, mountain lions. And then on down to the lake, we're getting more waterfowl. We have an eagle that's decided to live there this year. It's been there a couple of years now. And an egret, ducks, a lot of fish in the lake. So we'd like to bring the riparian area back for the wildlife and for the people. And I put an obligation to the land, I think, because I grew up there and I want to lead it better than I found it. or at least leave it like it was when I was a child to my grandchildren. I'll let Jason Elliott talk and he can tell you how we plan on doing it.
Thank you. My name is Jason Elliott. I'm a hydrogeologist in the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality's Watershed Improvement Unit. My particular focus is these abandoned mine land projects that help reduce metal contamination into certain rivers in Arizona. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So I just want to touch on to the McKinley project very briefly. It's upstream of the proposed project. We were able to complete this remediation again in 2021. It was through water quality sampling and analysis in the statewide assessment of our water bodies that the Hacienda River became a priority for the department. We then went into a construction phase after the appropriate permitting and design phases to cap and cover the waste. Go to the next slide, please. The goal and the objectives of the project we're proposing today are to restore the riparian area upstream of the lake and downstream of the previously remediated mine site. There are deep incisions in the stream channel itself, as well as erosion on the hill slopes adjacent to the river, causing a large sediment influx into the river that eventually does go downstream. This is due to basically the timber stands overgrowing and the forbs and grasses unable to hold back that sediment from the hillside. So you get increased runoff, you get increased erosion in the channel itself. The whole site is 43.5 acres across several parcels. The actual control practices that we want to implement will be on 7 acres for this project. Go to the next slide, please. So here you'll see a photo of the actual remediation occurring on the McKinley Mill site. And we did want to touch on a comment from the commission that the project we're proposing today will not be addressing any mine contamination and will not be touching any mine waste or mine features. So our project area is separate from the historic mining features or contamination. Also the property owner on the site handles. We have a prospective purchaser agreement with AEQ. So the liability is very clearly between AEQ and the property owner, and it's outlined in that agreement. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Just give you a little bit of sense of scale. The river you can see in the bottom part of this photo is running right across the base of the mine. This is a picture of the mine before the remediation effort. If you go to the next slide, we'll see a picture of the post-remediation. So you can see that mine waste is very much encapsulated and isolated from the environment at this time. However, you can see the cattails, those have since recovered right since 2021, and we'd like to keep that riparian restoration going downstream towards the lake. Go to the next slide, please. So really what we would like to do is enhance the erosion controls in this area. Again, those deep incisions, they're very much in the riparian area. There are just tons of sediment moving downstream into the lake area and then further downstream where that water goes past the dam area. We would like to utilize local pine chips from local ponderosa pine forest, which is prevalent in this area. There are thinning efforts by the Forest Service. The Preston National Forest surrounds the cabin community up here. So there's a lot of feedstock for these juniper or for the pine chip wattles, as well as sources for biochar in the future. We plan on putting approximately 6 tons of pine biochar on the hillsides to help with infiltration and moisture availability for the recovery of grasses and forbs to help hold that sediment back on the hillsides. In addition, the wattles will address more downcut ravine areas, as well as be able to hold back, hopefully, a large amount of sediment behind those wattles, giving more habitat, more flat areas in those little micro zones for vegetation to take hold. Go to the next slide, please. So in our proposal, we've identified at least 3 large head cuts in our project area. We're a little bit over 1/10 of a mile of stream that we would like to address actually in the channel with these Zuni bolts. You can see on the hillsides in the green areas where we propose to place the wattles, especially along the road, where we noticed a fair bit of erosion from traffic, especially from that traffic that's attempting to fix the road. For example, if you're blading that road, there's a lot of sediment that would otherwise get into the river. We'd like to address that specifically, as well as those hillsides. You can see the red area highlights the hillsides where we would like to place the biochar. That blue area is the McKinley Mill site that's been formally remediated. So you can see the upstream side of McKinley, the water flows downstream towards the lake to the left. Go to the next slide, please. We talk about our project scope and schedule. In the first 4 months, we would like to engage the project manager. That would be Sage Consulting with Melody Reef-Snyder as the project manager. We would also try to finalize our land permitting and access agreements with the ownership of the land. We would like to hire a contractor and order our models and materials at this time so that we can actually get that done ahead of time before implementation. And then we would like to do our baseline monitoring. So we would like to do grass transects and a few other types of monitoring to document those baseline conditions. In the next 6 months, we would like to install some monitoring equipment. This would also be in the form of, say, grabbing water samples, first flush samplers, grabbing the turbidity information, and some other types of data, including those grass transects. A big component of this project will be public outreach. The local community came to us as a partner in the first place for this mine site remediation that was previously conducted, and have been excellent partners so far. I think that by giving the local community the tools to help manage their watershed, this would be a much longer lasting project in implementation. Go to the next slide, please. And then in year 2, again, continuing that public outreach throughout the entire process. And then we'd like to have a comprehensive watershed plan for this area developed through this grant funding. We'd like to have that completed in this phase. And then part of this whole effort is technology sharing and sharing those advancements we make with the deployment of the biochar chip wattles and of deployment of biochar on the hill slopes. So with the monitoring results, we'd like to share those with other local communities, other stakeholders that could then implement these low impact development solutions on their own watershed areas. Next slide, please. For monitoring, very important for us was going to be the grass rebound. We would like to see increased species richness, so diversity, and increased density on the floor of the slopes of those hills to hold back that sediment that we're noticing getting into the river, going downstream. We'd like to keep that soil in place and develop a more healthy soil horizon. We want to monitor the turbidity or clarity of the water. When we go do surface water sampling, in that area, we'd like to use a turbidity meter to determine during different flow events, is the water more clear or are we seeing improvements over time? So establishing those baseline conditions and then monitoring those improvements for at least 2 years after the project implementation. Silt capture, we'd like to actually try to quantify the amount of silt or sediment that is retained by our silt wattles and by the Zuni bolts. So anytime that a silt dam or anything is able to hold back sediment, we would like to quantify it so that we can share that information. And then also photo monitoring. So through photo monitoring, we can see things like the number of days of flow, if there are pools that are ephemeral or remain in place, if we're increasing the actual flow in the stream itself. We can also capture species diversity. A lot of animals, again, visit this water body, this riparian area as their habitat. We'd like to see an increase in species diversity and number of animals visiting these riparian areas. You can go to the next slide, please. So as far as our budget, we've outlined each of the tasks. You can see this relates directly back to our plan proposal. The largest expense is going to be the manufacturer of those pine chip wattles. However, the actual implementation on the ground is going to be handwork. So we don't anticipate any issues with permitting, for example, with the threatened endangered species such as the spotted owl. So the actual work on the ground will be involved with equipment, and we will have easy access to the actual areas for the implementation. So there won't be any creation of new roads or anything like that that create further disturbance. And then in year 2, we'd actually like to complete our implementation. Go to the next slide, please. We can see that budget. So again, if we need more pine chip wattles, the benefit of those being that we can generate that pine material on site, and so accomplish that freeing up that forest for the growth of the forests and grasses that will hold back that sediment, giving them more light, but then also utilizing that material on site. So we're going to be saving ourselves some significant costs by not having to source that material out from somewhere else. Go to the next slide, please. And then we'll also be having, I want to highlight our match for this project. AEQ, involved as a project partner, will provide technical assistance. We're also donating some biochar that's donated to us for watershed improvement projects. I think that's a great use of that material. And then Sage Consulting's going to be putting in some time and effort on especially community outreach, but also project planning and project management ahead of the any award that may be issued in the future. And so you can see our total match and our budget for the project. Would you go to the next slide, please? Another component that we'd like to highlight is the technology transfer. The utilization of Zuni bowls and things like check dams and these biochar wattles were developed previously in the Chino Valley area to help restore rangelands. And we'd like to see at this higher elevation, are these technologies compatible with the different types of. And so we would like to, again, monitor, document baseline conditions and post conditions and share that information so that others can use this low impact development to improve the watersheds near their communities. And then if you go to the next slide, please. And then, so for phase 2, the HLRA is applying to AEQ for through the watershed improvement unit. We have grants that we can disperse to local communities or local groups in Arizona. And they'd like to expand this project further downstream from the original proposed area. So if that application works out, then they would be expanding that from the original proposed area, remember the red area, down to the actual lake itself, increasing the area that this project covers in total. If you go to the next slide, please, speed that back. So we can see where the original proposed Zuni bowls are placed for addressing head cuts in the area. We would like to, through AEQ, work with them on funding the check dams. The check dams will again help with that sediment retention actually in the channel, helping the grasses and riparian area in those areas recover from the deep incisions that are in that zone, and then increasing the reach of those wattle implementations along the road, especially near the actual channel itself, and then up in the hill slopes further downstream to add biochar, hopefully to get that vegetation rebound the upper land area. You go to the next slide, please. All right, and this is our contact information. Thank you very much for having us present today. We'd like to begin with questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Are there questions? Thompson.
Can you bring back the budget?
Yes.
So on your budget, your 10,000 for public outreach. Can you, what is your plan on public outreach?
So this is
specifically.
Yes, so for public outreach, we would like to organize community meetings. We would like to organize things like trash pickups and actually just try to help educate the public on what our projects are. So enabling that community to see the results of this project and to inform and make sure we can, are there other interested community members who would like to participate in these projects? This low impact development really lends itself to community participation because we're not involving heavy civil equipment. The engineering is not out of reach in a budget sense because of the nature of these designs. So really trying to get the local community to understand, you live in a watershed and you are a stakeholder in what happens up and downstream from you. So we would like them to be aware of what's going on with these projects, and we'd like to bring them to the table and see if they would like to participate.
And you're doing that by community meetings?
Right, we would like to create
flyers or anything else with that? Or
yes, flyers, sandwich boards, engaging with the local Ponderosa Fire, the Walker Fire Department, trying to go to other community meetings to get the word out, really trying to engage face to face, and then also with electronically with email lists if we can get people's information. And then I think those flyers are a great approach for that with all the different community spaces that are in the Bradshaw Mountains and Prescott area.
And then with your Zuni bowl construction, is that involving heavy equipment or are you bringing in rock? Or I'm curious how you came up with the amount on that?
We would have to bring in rock. That amount for those Zuni bowls was based on work previously done in Chino on a similar type of erosion control projects. So that's how that pricing came out. There might be some small equipment to help bring in rock if we have to source it from offsite. That is, an issue in this type of area where you have mixed private and public land, in that finding borrow material can be difficult. So there is probably going to be a budget for bringing in rock, placing rock. These are going to be dry structures, right? There's not going to be mortar between the rocks. These are going to be placed by hand.
And then on your pine chip waddles, I'm sorry. Did you have a price comparison before you came up with that amount for that?
Yes, so those waddles, again, that pricing comes from those projects with ranchers down in, this is really Melody's area for how that pricing worked out. But these waddles are longer lasting waddles than your typical straw waddle you would see on the side of a road for a typical stormwater control feature. The actual material that the casing is made out of is more robust and stands up to UV much better. Also, you're sourcing the material is wood chips rather than straw. And if you can source that wood chip from the local area, you're reducing the fuel load in the area, which is something that we would like to accomplish in the watersheds. And then you're also, if that wattle comes apart or anything, it's essentially mulch. It's not straw that could be bringing in invasive seeds from different types of grasses. You're keeping your vegetation local. So it's really, we have to source the wood, and then there is a company that creates the biochar. They're going to be putting up a plant in Paulden to create biochar local materials. They actually are going to be able to source those wattles for us. They're going to be able to make them from material we provide.
Thank you.
Actually, I have 2 or 3 questions. It encompasses 45 acres total. Is it right adjacent to the lake there, or do you touch the lake?
We don't touch the lake.
You don't touch it? Is it how far away is that from the lake itself?
Yes, ma'am. Would you please go to the second map in the slide deck? I can show you that. It's
right down the road.
It's
down the road.
So the first map is sort of a more upstream location, and then the eventual plan is so it's less than a quarter mile from the inlet of the lake, right? So it's very close to the lake. So we're essentially between the lake and then the former McKinley Mill. That whole reach is about 0.2 of a mile.
And the other owners that you said that are there, are they involved in this also?
Oh, yes.
Are they?
They're all on board.
Okay. And I know that Prescott Forest is doing a lot of controlled burns and
Yes.
and brush control. Are they in on this too? Are they?
That's one of
helping with
my,
it, or
I want to get them in on this. We are in the, what do you call it, the Firewise community. It's never been done in here.
oh, it has.
It's never been done in there, and it needs done.
Uh-huh.
And I'm hoping to use some of the wood for the biochar as well. I'm hoping that works out.
Yeah.
Some of the wood that we take out of there.
And then you mentioned there you had pine dams.
Yes, to be.
What? Tell me what.
So
you're talking about there.
utilizing the local pine logs from the forest thinning efforts, we would be able to create temporary check dams that would be able to retain silt and sediment that would otherwise go downstream. This also creates an area for that riparian habitat to develop, where you're sort of trying to remedy those incisions. So the Zuni bowls, the goal is to help prevent the head cuts from advancing upstream, and then the check dams will help sort of protect the Zuni bowls and then also retain that sediment, increasing your overall riparian area.
Other quick. Yeah, is that statement on property adjacent to this project, and I'll be recusing myself from voting. Thank you. Yes, we met. We helped you clear some logs off your property.
Okay. Sorry. I meet a lot of people like to take walks down that road, and
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been. Nice to see you again.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioners online? Questions? I do have a question for you. With your monitoring, I noticed that monitoring is limited to the biochar area. I was wondering why it excludes the wattles and zuni bowls, why there's no monitoring for those features.
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. We would be monitoring all the features. So we would be doing wattles. We would be monitoring, if the DQ phase 2 goes through, we'd be monitoring the silt capture behind those check dams. We would be monitoring the effectiveness of the zuni bowls and preventing those head cuts moving forward. So we would provide a report of the performance of all the features installed. And then again, those grass transects are going to be a major part of that piece.
Was there anybody online urban that had questions you said?
Anybody online? We unmuted Commissioner Lyle.
No, we can't.
Okay. There are no other questions. We thank you for your time and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, the next application is this, 2612. Flow study to inform riparian restoration in Phoenix.
Yeah.
We're good to go?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Just me, yes, trying to be. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Trisha Balloff. I'm with the City of Phoenix Office of Environmental Programs. I'm here with my colleague Chase Torrance, also with the Office of Environmental Programs. We're very happy to be here to talk a little bit more about our project to help inform riparian restoration through Phoenix. Can we go to the next slide, please? I just want to take a few moments before we dig more into the actual study to set up some context for what we're trying to accomplish here. So I think probably many of you are familiar with the Rio Reimagined effort. This is a regional effort that encompasses 55 miles of river through the Phoenix metro area, really focusing not within the river, but also with adjacent development up to 2 miles outside of the river, really trying to revitalize the whole corridor. This is also one of the Urban Waters Federal Partnership location. The 20th location actually was declared such in 2020. So our section, Phoenix section of the river, of this Rio Reimagined area encompasses about 21 miles of the river, which is more than a third of the total Rio Reimagined project area. So so what we are doing in the river is pretty significant in terms of the overall Rio Reimagined effort. Could you go to the next slide? So this is an aerial of about 19 miles of the river through Phoenix. And I bring this up because I want to place our flow study in the context of what we are already doing and what we're working towards. So we have 3 project areas identified here. In the purple, we have Rio Salado Phoenix. This is a riparian restoration project that was completed actually back in 2009. We're now in operation and maintenance phase for this. And I'll show some pictures in a little bit to show you how it looks now. But this goes from about 28th Street to 19th Avenue. About 5 miles of river, about 500 or so acres of riparian restoration that occurred here. Rio Salado Phoenix was pretty much a bunch of landfills before this project was completed. Downstream of Rio Salado Phoenix, we have Rio Salado Oeste. This is the primary focus of this study, because this is the restoration project that hasn't been started yet. So this is really what we're trying to focus on
working towards getting underway and completing in the future. This is about 8 miles of river, goes from 19th Avenue to 83rd Avenue. And it does not really have a lot going on in it besides some bare ground, some sand and gravel mining, some of which is active, some of which is not active anymore. That's the context for that. And then south, downstream of Rio Salado Oeste is Tres Rios, which is a very unique ecosystem restoration project in Phoenix. More water than a lot of our other riparian restoration projects have, because it takes flow from the treated effluent from the 91st Avenue wastewater treatment plant to help support the wetland and the ecosystem restoration in that area of the river. That goes from about 83rd Avenue to the confluence with the Agua Fria River. Now, important context also, which I'm sure a lot of you are also aware of, is all of these projects are completed in a river system that's highly regulated. There's a lot of upstream regulation of the Salt River. We don't get regular flows from upstream into the river through Phoenix. So we do get some pulses of flows typically from upstream dam releases or from storms. But other than that, there's the water that we get into the river is primarily from dry weather flows from our stormwater outfalls, which Chase will talk about in a little bit more detail later. So understanding the context of those regular flows that do get into the river is really important. You go to the next slide, please. Just a quick peek at some of the restoration projects. So these are some photos from Rio Salado, Phoenix. Again, this was basic. There's like 16 or 17 landfills that line the river along Rio Salado. So this is what the riparian restoration looks like here. We have a mix in all of these restoration areas of riparian and xera riparian habitat. So we focus on putting some cottonwood willow, coyote willow kind of complexes right along the low flow channel. And then up on the terraces, and we go into more of a mesquite bosque, foothills Palo Verde, blue Palo Verde kind of complexes. So, and Rio Salado Phoenix, really the template for what we're trying to accomplish with Rio Salado Oeste. Next slide. Skip Rio Salado Oeste, and we're just going to show a little bit of Tres Rios. Great place to visit. This project is partially completed. It's not fully completed, but we have done some treatment wetlands. This is part of the wastewater treatment process. It polishes up the water before it gets discharged into our publicly accessible wetlands, mesquite bosque, and then restoration in the river involved a lot of invasive species removal. So the reason why OSA is so important is because, if you go to the next slide, it is this connecting piece between these two existing riparian restoration areas that are either complete or are well on their way to being complete. So if we can get this middle OSA piece completed, that creates 19 contiguous miles of river restoration. So the work that we do in OSA is it's not just the benefit of that land in OSA, right? It's the benefit of the whole 19 miles because now it's connected. And that connected nature of riparian restoration, riparian habitat is so important. In Tres Rios alone, we have now over 200 species of birds and other wildlife, including threatened and endangered species that have come back to the area. At Rio Salado Phoenix, we have over 150 known species of birds and other wildlife, including threatened and endangered species that have come back to the area. So we really want to see the benefit of having that connecting piece. Now, as you know, this project is not actually proposing restoration on the ground right now, but understanding the flows that are coming in with the water situation that we have in hand right now is really important, so we can maximize the use of that water to benefit Rio Salado Oeste, to really do this in a wise way. And that study has to come early in the planning process so it can inform the riparian restoration. So that's really what we're here to talk about today. Next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over to Chase, who's going to go into more of the details of the actual flow study that we're proposing.
Thank you, Keisha. And thank you, Commission, for having us here. So we'll jump right into it. Here we have a few different aerial photos of portions of Oeste, and as you can see, there is some little pockets of ecosystems that have developed along outfalls due to both stormwater and dry weather events. While these regions of Oeste are unmanaged and include a mix of invasive and non-invasive species, this is still a potential that we have, and this shows it here. So with proper and effective use of the water that we have available to us, we can really expand upon the impacts that we can have with this restoration project. Unfortunately, we have a lack of data about flow, the consistency of it, the rate of it, and the seasonality of it as we go through the years. So we're kind of in the dark when it comes to that. Next slide, please. And so then that brings us to the flow study to inform the restoration of Rio Oeste. Obviously, it will require additional flow inputs because of how it is managed right now and the lack of true flow we get from damming. And in case anyone doesn't know, this right picture right here, that is what an outfall would be. Outfalls collect and convey stormwater and then discharge it into the river. And it can also take in non-stormwater discharges as well, such as SRP discharges, return irrigation flows, or dry weather events, as what we call them. So our goal for this flow study is to collect at least 2 years of both dry and wet weather flows from our 14 monitoring points, 12 of which are outfalls and 2 of which are low flow channels. Obtaining multiple years of data is crucial for this because we want to make sure we capture a dry year and we want to capture a wet year as well. Ideally, we want to have that seasonality. We want to know how much flow we receive during a dry year compared to a wet year. And to the left here is the Tempe Drain. That is the ADOT-owned monitoring point that we would be utilizing. And ADOT is in support of this project, and the city can work with them to get an encroachment permit before any grant finalization. And then obviously with the data that we create over the years, we will make that data available to the Arizona Water Protection Fund. We will give it to you, and then as well with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who will be working with us. Next slide, please. So the city has provided the commission with 2 grant requests. Both of these will vary the amount of support that we receive from our contractor who will be supporting through this project. Our first and our preferred grant request is for just over $350,000. This covers all equipment costs, installation, data monitoring, as well as technical data report generation and erroneous data, looking for erroneous data and then the maintenance of the equipment. Then option 2 is our request for just over $278,000. This funds all prior tasks that I mentioned, the maintenance and the purchasing of equipment. We just will only have the consultants and assistants for 1 year instead of 2 years, which is with 2 years is with the initial preferred request. After that 1 year with option 2, the maintenance and monitoring duties will transfer to the city of Phoenix so that we can take over the flow study and continue getting that important multiple years worth of data. Next slide, please. So the city and our proposed contractor have planned what equipment will serve our goals the best and will disturb the ground the least. The monitoring equipment we use depends on the location type and as well as the chance of theft and vandalism. About 12 of our outfalls, our monitoring points will look like this with this equipment. And then the other 2 will be our low flow channels, which will have a slightly different setup. If theft or vandalism does become an issue, we have set aside funds to cover the missing equipment, and then we have also selected secondary sampling locations, manholes where the equipment can be moved to securely and still monitor stormwater flows. Our low flow channel equipment will be similar to this, but they cannot be affixed to the outfall itself. So we will have stakes that will be pounded into the ground, and then the equipment will be affixed to the stake itself. But there will be no excavation of the river bottom, and there will be minimum ground disturbance for that. Next slide, please. So currently, the city is requesting the use of 10 US3 ultrasonic flow meters to be utilized at 10 of our monitoring points. We are requesting approval from the commission to purchase these flow meters, as they cost approximately $5,200 a piece, which is above the $3,000. But we believe that these flow meters are essential and are the best selection for this flow study for a number of reasons. One being that they are non-invasive, they do not disturb, they also will not damage the outfalls when they are attached to them. They have a dynamic range that is very useful because of the dynamic nature of stormwater flow in the desert Southwest. They have no moving parts, and thus that means there's less maintenance needed for them, and there's less chance for things to go wrong, and thus they have a longer lifespan. And they're easily adjustable and reusable for in case we need to change monitoring points or something happens to them. And yeah, so overall that would be less maintenance hours and less equipment replacement, which would be cost savings for the study itself and more reliable data as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so the city is providing $67,000 in local match, $30,000 of which is to cover contractor travel and local mileage expenses, while the $37,000 is in-kind city staff time. City staff will be providing in-kind support through work hours committed to reconnaissance, learning and assisting with these equipment setup, as well as calibration and maintenance. And then we'll also be assisting with monitoring and analysis of data, technical report review, and responding to any illicit discharges if they're detected in the outfalls. The city requested from the contractor that any out-of-state travel be kept to a minimum and only to help with initial monitoring equipment setup and calibration, as well as training the local contractor staff to then take over for the duration of the flow study. Our proposed contractor has the project experience that we are looking for, and they are already an on-call consultant with the city. But if the commission prefers, we can definitely continue seeking other contractors if that is what is needed. And that's it. I can hand it over to Tricia.
Okay, next slide, please. So we just want to summarize really quick. Yes. Oh, thank you. Just want to summarize really quickly. We lost our presentation, but that's okay. We only have one more slide anyway. That was just a summary of what we talked about, basically, that this is really critical data for us to understand. We really want to consider how we can wisely use the water that is already coming into the river to really to affect some positive change in the river. And really without the data, we don't know how to most effectively utilize that. It's really important information for us, so we can continue on with OS Day. And I was just going to end with, these are, I also neglected to mention earlier on that these all of our 3 ecosystem restoration projects are joint projects with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Civil Works Division, and so they are also engaged in Rio Salado OS Day with us. And are who we're working on the feasibility study with. So if you could go to our last slide. I just wanted to show on our very last slide the before and after vision that we have for Rio Salado OS Day. These are pictures from before and after restoration in Rio Salado, Phoenix. And this is what we are trying to achieve to create that 19 contiguous miles of restored habitat through the Phoenix metro area, really gain those benefits for the river, for the wildlife, and for our residents and everyone who comes to visit. And we are happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have questions, comments from commissioners?
Yes. Are you visualizing running water through the whole 19 miles?
That is a great question. So no, it's going to be like Rio Salado Phoenix. It has areas where we have more habitat and it has areas where we have a little bit less. We want all of it to have either xero riparian or riparian habitat. We're not talking about filling the whole water with river. At the most, it would be a low flow channel. But even then would be where we can best utilize the water, where we can bring water in, how much water we can move from Rio Salado Phoenix downstream into Rio Salado Oeste. All that is still being developed. But no, we are trying to have a very reasonable expectation of what riparian restoration looks like with the altered flow regime in the river, but that can also provide the benefits that we're seeing.
And the companies, the landfill companies that are operating in various places.
Sure, the Santa Greta pits.
Yeah, is it, are they impacting this at all?
So right now, again, very, very early. So right now, what we're trying to do is to avoid impacting active mining as much as possible. So Rio Salado Oeste is very much a phased project that we're talking about, long-term ecosystem restoration phase project, where we're going to take the philosophy is you take the points where you can easily affect ecosystem restoration right now, and then we add in more bits as we can as we go along. So the phasing of it is going to be very important in discussing the mining aspect. Yeah, and again, we're very early in the planning process, so I don't have a ton of details to offer on that yet, but it's definitely something we're working on.
Other questions from commissioners? Any commissioners online? So I just want to address, there's no actual on the ground restoration work or capital improvements or anything that's going on.
There's no actual on the ground restoration from this proposed project. There is, of course, actual on the ground restoration generically within the project, but not as part of the grant.
Okay. So I think, and that's just to be transparent about this particular grant application is probably going to have to be considered by the commission whether or not it actually qualifies for funding under our program, because you have it as a capital project. Or capital project, it has to be an on the ground implementation type project. The other category that falls within are feasibility studies, but a feasibility study is really where you're studying the feasibility of implementing a project and then developing a project plan.
Right.
And so this is purely studying the flows for the end. So it doesn't qualify for research either. So I think the commission is going to have to, we can't do it at this meeting because it's not on the agenda for that type of consideration. So at our November 19th meeting, I think we're going to have that discussion of whether or not this project actually qualifies for funding under our program the way it's written. I think it's a great project. I understand it. I just wanted to let you know that we're probably going to have to have a discussion.
I understand and I appreciate that. I believe that we did, when we looked at the grant, it did seem as though studies were an allowable project proposal under that category, but obviously we will definitely appreciate you even talking about it and considering the request. So
I just wanted to be clear that
I absolutely understand and appreciate your point. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are a little bit ahead of the lunch schedule, but we are going to go ahead and recess until 1 o'clock. So we will reconvene at 1. And we do have lunch here for the Clean Water Protection Fund Commission meeting. And we will resume with our application presentations. The next application is WPF 2607, Upper Arabica Creek Watershed Restoration Demonstration Project.
I believe we have Mr. White, Darling.
Hi, are you all able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Well, I'd like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present here. And if you'd like to advance to the next slide, I'll get us kicked off here. So just to start off by giving us all some context and orienting us all, the Aravaipa Valley watershed is about 387,000 acres, and it's formed from the mountain ranges that kind of correspond to those green forest areas in that map. So we've got the Santa Teresa Mountains in the northeast, and then working our way clockwise around, we've got the Pinaleno Mountains and then the Galiero Mountains. And so this creates a sort of bathtub and some underlying geology channels all that surface and groundwater, and it collects it through the valley and discharges it through Aravaipa Creek, where we get about 10 cubic feet per second of base flow throughout the year round. And so that provides a pretty important contribution to base flow in the San Pedro and Gila rivers. As you can see from this map, ADEQ classifies those rivers as perennial, and it's largely due to a lot of the flow coming out of Aravaipa Valley that gives it that boost in water. And so the largest single land use in the valley right now is cattle ranching, although there has been a lot of domestic development in the upper watershed, which we'll be covering a bit later. Next slide, please. So as you kind of consider Aravaipa Canyon, it's a really valuable refuge for a lot of wildlife as well. There's 8 native fish species in the river, which is more than any similar river in the state. There's a lot of mammals and then a ton of birds. And all these photos were taken in our watershed by different members of our alliance. And so it also attracts a lot of attention from like outdoor recreators, like birders, hikers, and OHV users, and then hunters as well. Next slide, please. So as a group, the Aravaipa Watershed Conservation Alliance was formed in 2016 with a mission to preserve and sustain the valley by means of watershed and rangeland restoration. And the approach we're taking on that is really focusing on supporting wildlife, doing a lot of grassroots community education, and trying to create a holistic agricultural environment to maintain this working landscape. As a group, we really prioritize consensus-based decision-making to address common concerns for all our stakeholders. Next slide, please. And you can see here, we've got a lot of participation from partners in our region. So whether it's local residents or some of the big agencies that have stakes in our region, like the Bureau of Reclamation, the Forest Service, and the Bureau of Land Management. And so we've really been able to take a lot of this diversity of opinion to kind of start us on this project of doing some watershed restoration work in our upper watershed. Next slide, please. So progress are some of our big accomplishments to date. So we've worked with our stakeholders to identify what some of their key concerns are. And so we've done a few projects, like we worked with Bureau of Reclamation to get improved LiDAR data for the improving analyses in the upper watershed. And we were awarded a Bureau of Reclamation grant where we developed a cooperative watershed management plan for our valley. And so as part of that effort, it was really stakeholder outreach focused. So we held a series of workshops, did interviews, one-on-one site visits, did surveys, and we really wanted to document local knowledge and concerns and match that with the agency priorities to identify our kind of watershed-wide concerns. And in order of priority, those 3 are mitigating erosion, water conservation, and then conservation of riparian areas, especially preserving Aravaipa Canyon and that vital wildlife refugia. So right now we have an ongoing revision funded by another Bureau of Reclamation grant. And as part of that, we applied for this grant because we're kind of to the point where we're ready to start designing and implementing projects. We've been hosting some educational workshops to address some of our stakeholder concerns, where we've been demonstrating using low-tech process-based restoration sort of techniques to implement erosion control solutions. We're going to be hosting an invasive and noxious weeds workshop coming up. And these are some of the priorities that a lot of our stakeholders have identified. We have a lack of weather data, fine resolution weather data out in our region. So right now we've installed 9 weather stations out there. We'll be installing 6 more in the coming year. And we're just using that to create this holistic picture that we can use to start designing and implementing some projects in our region. Next slide, please. So we applied for funding to start our Upper Aravipa Creek Watershed Restoration Demonstration Project. And so you can see in this map to the right, that's kind of our plan boundary with land ownership overlaid there. And so, you know, there's a lot of state trust land and a lot of private land along the bottom of the creek. And what you'll notice is that in the upper watershed, a lot of that private land, those red polygons, have been subdivided. And so what was previously, you know, parcels that were on the orders of 100 acres have been subdivided down into, you know, like lots ranging from 10 to 80 acres. One of the problems that we've observed a lot is people are developing this land up there, they're cutting new roads, and they're exacerbating natural erosion that occurs in the region, especially in the headwaters of the creek up here in the upper watershed. So our goals for this project are to demonstrate some solutions to some of these common concerns that a lot of our stakeholders have brought up. We want to improve conditions in the upper watershed and continue building our group momentum. With some of the educational workshops in the watershed management plan that we've been doing, we've built a lot of momentum and have a lot of local participation. If we're able to implement some of these watershed restoration projects, we'll build our momentum even more quickly. Our objectives for this specific project are to demonstrate mitigation methods for those common erosion issues, reduce soil erosion, slow runoff and retain storm surges, and then develop some of these project implementation plans for broader use. And the way that we selected these two sites for this demonstration project are we looked for common issues that can be addressed through simple projects and with a relatively small budget at this point. And so some of the common areas we found are that there's a lot of driveways and gravel roads that are being constructed out there that lead to problems. And then there's also a lot of areas with down cutting washes that also are exacerbated by road crossings. And so these two projects both contain, these two project sites both contain multiple areas where we can address some of those common concerns. Next slide, please.
Oh,
So like I said earlier, our statement of problem is that some of these construction of roads and paths to support development have exacerbated that exacerbated erosion. And then as these degraded conditions in the upper watershed, and as we see this worsening erosion, like you can see from some of these pictures here, that sediment gets transported downstream to the canyon and fills pools and vital habitat that's needed for that riparian and aquatic species. And so for our solution here is we're going to install some small rock structures and make topographic changes to address some of these erosion concerns, retaining that sediment in the upper watershed. And we'll also be demonstrating solutions to these common issues facing local landowners so that we can improve some of the construction practices that are used as people continue to develop in the area. Next slide, please. So for our scope of work, we're going to start off by finalizing clearances, permits, and authorization access agreements. We'll enter into implementation planning, where we'll have our design and our implementation contractors come out and do detailed planning for both sites. From there, we'll do material procurement, where we'll drop everything. We'll stage the sites for the construction, and then we'll break it up into two phases of construction. One for site one, where we'll install those erosion control structures, do some contour strips and retention basins, and potentially some rolling dips on a driveway there. And then site two consists mostly of installing some rolling dips and erosion control structures to mitigate a long driveway and reclaiming an abandoned portion of road. Since this is a demonstration project and we're really looking to encourage the implementation of best practices in our region, outreach is a vital component of this. So we'll be hosting different events and encouraging participation in the construction of these projects to get folks familiarized with these outfits. And then we'll be providing a final report and oral presentation to the Water Protection Fund Board. So we're making use of some matching funds from a Bureau of Reclamation grant that we have to do some of the implementation planning. And then our project management contractor has agreed to provide matching in-kind match for a lot of the work. So we're requesting about $44,000 from Arizona Water Protection Fund with about $15,000 of match. Next slide, please. So this shows site one schematic and some of the photos that we're dealing with. So the green line on the schematic shows the property boundaries, and then the blue lines show the watershed. The blue polygons show the wash treatment watersheds. And the lines show the areas of the wash where we would be installing those in-wash rock structures. The orangish areas are where we're seeing extensive rilling from pads being cut and in a driveway, and that would be treated through regrading. Another thing you can see here is that some of these areas have been previously treated by people who weren't as familiar with some of those best practices. And so you'll notice things like tires and other debris in the washes to try to retain some of that sediment. We'd also be cleaning that out and preventing that from getting further downstream and potentially impacting those riparian reaches of the river. Next slide, please. So for site 2 here, we're primarily focused on this long driveway. So that driveway is shown as the rolling dips and small structures with a brown line. So that on the right side of the map there, the east side of the map, is the upper portion of the driveway, and it goes downhill to the left. This is a common feature that we see out in our region, is that people, as they construct roads, they kind of bank them towards the hillside, which creates a down-cutting ditch, drainage ditch. And so we would be looking to install rolling dips and small rock structures to mitigate that road construction. And then in the lower right-hand picture, you can see where the landowner had constructed the driveway too steep, and so they abandoned that segment of road, and we would be treating that and reclaiming it to prevent further degradation. These are common things we see throughout our watersheds, so showing people and having an area where they can see how this work is done and what a well-constructed road looks like would have a great impact on our watershed health. Next slide, please. So we do have some monitoring plans in place for this. So we'd start by doing some repeat photography. So as part of the site design, we would select baseline photo points with the landowner partners. That way we can make sure that as we get runoff events or other flood sort of situations, we can make sure that we're getting the best photo qualities to evaluate how our project's performing. And then we'd also supplement that by taking photos annually. We've installed weather stations in the region, and we just received a grant where we can install some soil moisture monitors as well that tie into those weather stations. So we'll be using that to provide performance data for these structures as well. And once all that monitoring starts, we would share that data via our website, our GIS hub, newsletters, and reports that we share with our community. Next slide, please. And so as we mentioned, some of our key work here would be in the outreach department. And so we plan on hosting a series of educational workshops wherein local landowners could participate in some of the construction efforts to learn the techniques. We would share lessons learned and conclusions from construction reports and in presentations at these workshops. We'd also provide periodic tours of the project to understand some of the final results. And then we continue to publish our plans, data, construction reports, and all these products on our website so that our community would be able to use it to start implementing some of these best practices on their own. Next slide. And so that's it for our presentation, if folks have any questions.
Thank you, Garland. Appreciate that. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Questions? All righty. Looks like there aren't any questions at this point. So we appreciate your time and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Put your laptop on phone so you can't read.
Did I miss somebody?
I was just checking if there's anybody online.
Oh, sorry.
Here to be.
Okay, moving right along. The next application is WPF 2604, enhancing rangeland and riparian health along the Clavacamari River. Got somebody here in person?
Oh, hi.
Well, oh, hi.
Hi.
I know her. been a long time. We go way back to our DEQ days. Oh, look.
Get there.
So. Good afternoon. I am Elizabeth Betcher with ADEQ. And virtual from Tucson is Catlo Shippick with Watershed Management Group. And we are partnering to request Arizona Water Protection Fund to support a restoration of a key reach of the Baja Camari River within the Santa Cruz and Cochise counties. Next slide, please. This map shows the location of the proposed project of the Baja Camari River. We are proposing treatments within a 330 square mile sub watershed of a 25-mile length river. And it's predominantly rural ranch land, which makes partner-led restoration practical and scalable. Next slide, please. Here's the sub-watershed boundary in the light blue, and the yellow boxes show partner properties. We have the Baja Camari Ranch, the Pyatt Ranch, and Emerson and state land parcels. Everything here drains into the San Pedro, which parts of it are in Pericrete coli. So our focus is mid-basin arroyos and main stem and upland floodplain reaches. So by reconnecting the floodplains and stabilizing the arroyos, we will rebuild the riparian function and reduce the sediment and E. coli transport. So in the next slide, I'll show you how our treatment ties into ongoing efforts. Next slide, please. This project stitches together a lot of active work in the basin. We have main stem riparian habitat and structure and full plantings. We have upland arroyo controls on private, state, and VLN land. We have species and tributary work, such as the bullfrog removal and habitat restoration in O'Donnell Creek. And we also have a new 2025 TNC watershed assessment that prioritizes areas for restoration work. So our project sits right in the middle of all of these efforts. So the Arizona Water Protection Fund dollars would connect these pieces and extend the benefits downstream. So now, Catlo will discuss the treatments and the locations in detail. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Liz. Good afternoon. This is Catlo Shippick from Watershed Management Group. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yes, this reach of the Baja Camari was selected for treatment to reconnect the riparian floodplain and also reduce the sediment energy and jumpstart riparian health recovery and drought resilience. Along the river, we do plan to install a number of post-assisted log structures and pole plantings. And then in the adjacent uplands, working to stabilize the incised down-cutting arroyos with rock grade control structures. And also in the upland floodplain area of those arroyos, working to notch some historic berms to help spread that flow, arrest some arroyo down-cutting that's impacting the Baja Camari, and also remove mesquite to enhance the grassland recovery. Next slide, please. Here's some representative photos of the Baja Camari. On the left is a photo from this past July. And this, just a note, is following a very dry winter, dry last summer, and early dry start to the monsoon season. On the right is from earlier this spring, March of 2025, and this is a lower reach that has seasonal to year-round flows, and also where we've installed a number of post-assisted log structures in the past couple of years that have helped prolong the seasonal flows, especially through these dry years that we're experiencing. So a proven BMP that we've been working with in other parts of the watershed that we would like to bring to this middle part. Also important to note is this is a critical wildlife corridor and tributary to the San Pedro River, as Liz mentioned earlier. And it is complex hydrologically with discontinuous perennial intermittent flows, but definitely supporting cottonwood and willow riparian forests throughout. Next slide, please. Right. So this reach of the Baba Kamari has potential for reconnecting and re-wetting the inset floodplain to slow flows, enhance infiltration, support riparian forest health through these dry periods. This reach has very similar conditions downstream where we've been working with great outcomes over the last 3 years to have riparian tree recruitment, sustaining surface waters, as I mentioned, through these dry periods that we've been experiencing. Next slide, please. So to give you an example of a post-assisted log structure that we've been employing, here's a photo associated with pole plantings. These are riparian trees, cottonwoods, and willows. And the goal is to help spread the water across the valley bottom to support a multiple threaded channel. These structures are simple to build, they're resilient to high energy flows, and also pretty easy to maintain. Ultimately, they help to reestablish this riparian vegetation of both the understory and the recruitment of new trees, so having a healthier system over a longer period of time. Next slide. And over the last 3 years, we've noticed that this is a proven BMP. It's working effectively. Some other partners, Arizona Game and Fish, is employing these on the lower San Pedro River and having really good success. And the nice thing is you can also use a lot of local material to reduce costs and labor associated with implementing the structure. So we use a mix of cut mesquite brush and live pole plantings selected locally to help build these structures. Next slide, please. And here's another before and after of a structure. We just assessed performance of these structures in October following the recent rains. All of the structures have held up really well and have accumulated additional debris from the storm events and sediment. Next slide. Then moving to the adjacent upland arroyos, our partner, Arizona Land and Water Trust, received a grant a few years ago and completed installation of rock grade control structures on one portion of the parcel, the Emerson parcel, that they have a conservation easement on this past spring. So what we're hoping to do in partnership with them is expand this across that larger parcel. And the good thing is Arizona Land and Water Trust monitors their lands annually and is also seeking grant funding to expand this work. So it was a natural partnership in the making. Here's a representative photo of an untreated incised arroyo on that parcel. They've also, Arizona Land and Water Trust has also helped us connect with Sid Kala of Walking S Ranch and Livestock for the proposed treatments, and then even coordinating grazing rotations. And Sid has the lease for both the Emerson parcel and also the adjacent Arizona State Land Department lands. Next slide, please. Here's just an example of a rock grade control structure. I've seen many of these examples throughout the presentations today. We're going to be using a suite of these strategies, including rock and post veins, and also brush filter weirs, all with the goal of slowing spreading flows, engaging more of that arroyo valley bottom. Next slide, please. It's a hard area as it's a little bit flatter, but where the arroyos open up into a larger floodplain right before they enter the Babo Kamari, this is a representative photo of such that area. And this is where that constrictive berm is causing a diversion and also causing the concentration of these arroyos to creating erosional issues and where they're actively down cutting and migrating upstream. So the goal here is to remove that constriction to engage more of the floodplain, slow and spread these flow and spread these high energy flows across and diminish the impacts downstream. At the same time, removing the invasive mesquite and applying native grass seed mix to help to reestablish that grassland area. Next slide, please. And also adjacent to this area is the Pyatt Ranch, which also spills into the Babo Kamari Ranch. And this is an amazing Sacaton floodplain that's become more dissected with some incised sections. And so the work here is focused on engaging more of that floodplain, over 330 acres of the Sacaton floodplain, by using a plug and flow spreading structure. This will include a mix of rock dams, rock grade control structures, Sacaton plugs, to spread these erosive floodwaters across more of the floodplain, diminish their energy, wet more area, have a vegetative response. And this is right just upstream before it spills into the Babo Kamari River. And next slide, please. Just a quick review of our project timeline. I know there was some concern with the permitting and such in the review of our proposal. We do feel that the permitting access agreements are going to be easy to step through in the first couple of months. We have given ourselves 2 quarters to achieve that. And then at the same time, finalizing project design or monitoring with then starting the project implementation. We have timed the project implementation to be seasonal, and that includes in the Q3, that would be the monsoon period each year of doing monitoring and maintenance of structures and the performance of them. And so this will help us kind of, as we're moving through the grant period, ensure these strategies get to settle in and are fairly robust for the longer term to have that vegetative response we're looking for. Next slide, please. I think
Thanks,
we'll transition back to Liz.
So I wanted to go over the project partners and the roles that each of us have. So ADQ would be managing the project, reporting and conducting site visits and coordinating permitting. Also, we have citizen scientists from ADQ that would be out on site. We are also developing, moving towards getting an agreement together to use 319 funds to put up fencing in the area during the same time of the project. The Watershed Management Group, they design and they build and they implement all of the treatments that Catlo just went over. The Arizona Land and Water Trust, they open access to the easements, and they, as Catlo mentioned, they also do monitoring. And then finally, our ranch partners, they provide access and help to implement the work, some maintenance, and they also apply to the state land for permitting needs. Next slide, please. So with the outreach, Watershed Management Group will share project progress through the River Run Network site that they run. And they recruit volunteers to help with the pole plantings and the post-assist log structures, the PALs, and also maintenance. And maintenance is key to our long-term success of all projects, because if we're not maintaining it, it goes away. Watershed Management Group will also host 1 to 2 day practitioner trainings, and Arizona Community Science Alliance, a program within ADQ, is committed to training and outreach of volunteers for wet-dry mapping and other effectiveness monitoring. Next slide, please. Just wanted to go over some clarification questions from the proposal review. This project will not divert, retain, or impound surface water, and we will not be pumping any groundwater. And then with regards to access agreements and permits, all of the landowners have committed to access agreement confirmation, and they have been kept informed of this project proposal and are very happy about it. So once you would have this grant, we would have the formal access agreement submitted to ADWR. I have developed already a 401 draft that my agency requires, and we would be applying for a nationwide 27 permit in March of 2026 because that's when the new nationwide 27 applications come out. They're renewed every 5 years. So with all of that though, we're, like Catlo mentioned, we are shovel ready to begin work after we get cultural survey reviews and SHPO concurrence on the private land and the floodplain reconnection. So next slide, please. So the expected outcomes here are many. The Water Protection Fund lets us scale our work with our partners. We expect measurable load reductions and improvements in riparian conditions. Over 1/2 mile on the main stem with pals in the plantings, plus 3.5 miles of upland arroyo stabilization with the rock control structures. Watershed Management Group will train 20 to 40 practitioners, engage in 30 to 60 volunteers, and they reach out to over 5,000 community members through their website and field days. So with all of this and the other work going on, we're going to have a wonderful, healthy watershed. And Catlo, we thank you for your time and consideration to supporting this project.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Biesmeyer.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the staff write-up, it talks about the Watershed Management Group was identified as providing $1,349 in labor, but there was no letter included or submitted. So is that planned or?
Catlo, did you hear that question?
Sorry, it was cutting in and out a little bit, but I think I heard WMG did not submit a letter. So is it planned that we would be providing that support? Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's right.
The $8,350 of volunteer support.
Yes. I apologize for that oversight on my part. I was busy securing letters of support from our partners and working actively with Liz, and that omission is on me. Yes, we are fully committed, and we have a practice of regularly engaging volunteers and other restoration practitioners in training days. So we are fully committed to provide that match.
And additionally, there was a discussion about a $20,000 grant, but the status was unknown. Is there any change in that?
That's ADEQ 319 funding that we're working on an agreement together. So we're
Still
we're
working.
I'm sorry.
Still working then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Just wanted clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Blackmore.
Just for my information, you call this Baba Kamari. Is this the Baba Komari? Is this the one and the same?
It's one and the same. I hear people pronounce it Baba Komari and Baba Kamari.
Okay, I've never heard it pronounced that way, ever. I lived on a ranch just south of that. A couple of questions for you. One of them is your rock
that you're gonna put in, is that included? Is that part of this however much money, 300 some odd dollars? I gotta put my glasses on. 372, is that included for the equipment that it's gonna take to get that rock there? We have
Yes,
3.5 miles.
that
Yeah.
is correct. Mhm.
The other is, that you have one picture there, it was during the winter, I'm sure, and it was a plains, and there was a lot of some type of brush. And you're saying that that is starting diversions and making erosion there. How are you gonna get rid of that?
I'm sorry,
Were
I'm
you
not sure I
planning on
fully
using-
heard the question.
So there's brush that you saw. Yeah, on the picture that you showed, and it was during the winter, and it was pretty flat plains, and there was the brush there or some kind of plants that obviously didn't have any leaves on it because it was probably winter. And you were saying there's starting to be erosion and it's moving the water away from where you want it to be. Was that my understanding of what you were talking about? Maybe.
I think Ruben's going back to the picture. So
Yeah.
Let's make sure
Tell me when to stop.
No,
Lane.
actually, I think it was farther the other way, Ruben. I'm
Oh, are
just
you,
curious of how you're going to correct. Yes, right there. Whoops.
Back one.
That one.
Mhm.
There.
No.
That one. Yeah.
I hear the changes and it just catches up on the screen.
Yeah. Explain that to me again on what the problem is there and how you were going to address that.
Great. Yeah, thank you for your question. This is a hard site to understand. And so what's happening is a historic diversion of the channel. The channel is no longer in the historic valley bottom for one section. So we'd be installing a post vein to help spread that water and get it to spill back into the valley bottom. So that helps to take that concentrated flow and spread it over a larger area. And then further downstream, there's actually a constrictive berm that was built as it used to be old agricultural field. And so we'd be putting notches into that berm to allow the floodwaters to spill through the berm and back into historic floodplain areas. All of these floodplain areas, as you can see from the photo, have been taken over by mesquite. So we'd be doing mesquite removal, mesquite grubbing, and applying the native grass seed mix to try to also facilitate the vegetative restoration at the same time.
And you'd be using equipment to do that.
Correct.
Heavy equipment.
Yes.
And the last question, where you were saying you were going to plug in Sakatone.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite a few years since I've been down there, but even in those days, the Sakatone had completely taken over the bottoms. Is that going to be a problem at some point in the future time of your Sakatone that you're planting?
Very good question. So the slide is actually on the area of focus for the Sakatone floodplain. This is historically a Sakatone floodplain. It has become more dissected, so that means the flow has become more concentrated in fewer channels versus being spread out across that valley bottom. So simply what we'd be doing is taking some of these Sakatone clumps, breaking them up, and using them as plugs to help get that water to basically spill back into adjacent floodplain area to wet more of that valley bottom. So the goal here is slowing that flow, spreading it out, and then having a longer wetted period as we go through the dry season to help with vegetation establishment and long-term health.
And you don't think that
in the future that that Sackatone is going to start spreading too much?
From my experience, Sackatoon's pretty limited to a certain soil type and valley bottom. And so they're great at erosion control, and that's really our focus here is reducing sediment from impacting lower down in the Baba Kamari River itself. So this is an upland tributary adjacent to the Baba Kamari.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Any commissioners online? All right. Well, we thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is WPF 2611, Lower Tapco River Access Point Tamarisk Removal and Monitoring. That's me. Okay. You have the floor whenever he gets your presentation up.
It'll be easy because I'm just going to talk.
Oh, okay. Well,
PowerPoint free presentation.
all righty.
Just to be different.
2611.
Good afternoon, everyone. Real pleasure to be here today. Always nice to come down to Phoenix, particularly this time of year. And greetings from the Verde Valley. I will go over the basic outline of the project, but I'd like to start by describing our organization just very briefly, its origins, because it's very relevant to this particular project. The Friends of the Verde River started out really as a loose grouping of volunteers who wanted to make a difference on the river. And one of the early things that they started to work on as a volunteer group, no real structure, was invasive species removal up and down the Verde River. And so this has been going on for over 15 years. And it is really embodies the core of our organization, both the sense of volunteerism as well as habitat restoration, particularly in removal of invasive species. This particular project is follows on several other, in fact, 7 projects that have been funded by the Water Protection Fund, and we appreciate that support over the years. It's driven in part by a coalition that looks at the Verde River and has over the years developed now 3 strategic plans among the various partners on how to address issues on the river. And the specific focus that has been taken by the Verde Watershed Restoration Coalition is 1, riparian invasive plant management, wildlife corridors, sediment reduction, water quality monitoring, and watershed stewardship. This is a priority project for this coalition, and it incorporates, obviously, the invasive plant management component, but also water quality monitoring and watershed stewardship. We're building a monitoring of the quality of the water, and I'll explain why in just a second, but also the outreach to the community, development of community scientists to help assist in data collection for this project and other projects. So as I've said, the volunteer aspect remains core to our work. Over the years, just to give you a background on our work up and down the watershed, over 11,000, I think our project's at 11,000, I think we're up to 12,000 acres now of invasive species removal along the Verde River, particularly in the Middle Verde area. This actually makes the Verde River relatively unique in the American Southwest. This is the cleanest river in the American Southwest when it comes to invasive species. So a great deal of work has been done. But the nature of invasive species is they have a tendency to come back. And that's why we've also built into this project a strong monitoring component on the effectiveness of the removal that we've done. So we're drawing off of 15 years of experience on what works, what doesn't work, what we need to do to follow up in order to assure the best use of the funds that we hope will be provided for this particular project. Why the lower Tapco? That specifically is in the Clarkdale area of the Verde River. It's a land owned by a company that owns the mineral rights in that area. It's about a 100-acre plot. It's one of the largest tamarisk-infested plots along the Verde River. And being upstream, it's therefore a source of seeds that come downstream as well. So it feeds new plants downstream. So removal of this particular parcel will have a great benefit, not only in the immediate area, but also downstream. So we really are very keen to move ahead on this particular project. If you don't mind, I'm going to get a bottle of water.
But I can talk and walk at the same time. So it will not only be tamarisk, we'll also work on other stands of Russian olive, tree of heaven, and arundo, giant reed. And just for reference, giant reed actually does a great deal of disservice to water conservation. It absorbs far more water than the native vegetation, so removal of that has a significant impact on keeping water in the river. So what we will be working on is essentially a project that focuses initially, obviously, on the planning and permitting, but the removal. And I've personally participated in some of these. It's very good exercise when you need it to get out there with the crews that work on this. We have very experienced work crews that we've developed over the years that do really good work on the ground. I personally witnessed it. Really did put me to work. But they have we typically get at least a 97, 98% kill rate, so to speak. So when we come back and monitor, there's only 2 to 3% regrowth. But it is important to do the second part, which is the monitoring of these removals to make sure we've actually succeeded in removing any parcels that have regrown. We also have 14 sentinel sites throughout the valley to monitor just in general how that's going. So this fits into that broader work that we're doing on riparian restoration. Third element would be to work on the water monitoring, quality monitoring. That's partly due because we want to increase that in general up and down the valley. But in this particular area, there's a high E. coli problem in that area. It's a recreational area, which we like. We want people on the river, but it does can contribute to higher rates of E. coli presence. So we're building in a water quality monitoring component to this as well. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a stewardship component that focuses on outreach, community education, why the work is important, why these species are a problem, and what we can do together to work on that. It includes a community science component as well, as we bring on board volunteer citizens who want to contribute through training to monitor the quality of water, for example. And then, as I said, general education. This is I think what I really want to emphasize is that this program, this project, is a part of a 15-year effort. And that effort has been generally successful. Just to cite as an example, we recently completed the complete clearing of invasive species on Fossil Creek. And we know the history of Fossil Creek, how that has been resurrected. Now it's been resurrected as well with the clearance of invasive species. And that was recognized earlier this year, where that project was awarded by Arizona Forward as not only the outstanding habitat restoration project of the year in the state, but the overall winner in all categories. So I think that's an example of
why this work is so important. It's because of the history behind it in order to deliver. And so what I can tell you, and I think it's the most important thing to tell you, is that we will deliver on this project. We've proven that over the years, and we will continue to apply the lessons that we learn, working with all of the partners in our coalition, and in this case specifically the town of Clarkdale, Freeport, the company that owns the land, and the National Forest, the Prescott National Forest. So we value partnership, and that'll be an integral part of what we work on here. And we hope we can implement this and stop this stand of tamaras from contaminating the downriver part of the Verde Valley and advance the quality and the state of the habitat of the Verde River going forward in time. You have our commitment to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions are welcome.
Are there questions from commissioners? Any commissioners online have questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Much appreciated.
Okay, we have 3 more applications to go. Does anybody need a break or are you ready? Good to go?
Take a 5 minute.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, restroom break, and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, so.
Okay, we are back in session and we will move on with our next application presentation, which will be WPF 2605. Importance of riparian habitat to wildlife in relation to wildfire across the Sonoran Desert in Arizona. Opportunities for conservation and restoration.
What is the presentation now? We have Mr. Lewis online. Are you here?
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I see you have my presentation up on the screen, and that looks okay?
Yes. Do you want to present yourself or did you want me to run it for you?
Either way, do you want me to share my screen and just advance the slides myself? I could do that.
It's up to you. I can do either, whatever you're ready for.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll just share my screen if that sounds good.
Okay. So should be Jesse Lewis. All right, you should have presenter access now. You just click the share button and then I would share a window or a tab if you're using a browser.
Oh, I see.
A window.
Okay. Let's see. How's that look? Can you see my presentation okay?
Yes.
All right, terrific. All right, well, should we go ahead and get started then?
Yes, please.
All right, terrific. Well, thank you so much. So my name is Jesse Lewis, and I'm an associate professor at Arizona State University, and really appreciate the opportunity to present on our proposal today to the commission and to everybody. And would like to acknowledge my co-authors on the project. So Juanita Armstrong Oberg is the lead wildlife biologist with Maricopa County Parks and Recreation. And Dr. Mary Latta, she's a senior fire ecologist with U.S. Forest Service on the Tonto National Forest. And then Chad Rupke is a lead tortoise biologist and herpetology expert with Arizona Game and Fish Department. And so today we'll be reviewing our proposal, importance of riparian habitat to wildlife in relation to wildfire across the Sonoran Desert, Arizona, opportunities for conservation and management and restoration. All right, I thought I would just start with a very brief background about myself and some of the work that we do. And a lot of this work, well, really all this work is collaborative with local, state, federal agencies, as well as a whole bunch of different graduate students. So just a little bit of a background here. Overall, in our lab at ASU, we evaluate the effects of human activities across multiple scales, looking at wildlife and landscapes to understand animal populations, ecological communities, species interactions, and landscape connectivity. And ultimately, a lot of our work is very applied. So we try to make our research relevant to management and conservation. And just some research themes that we focus on. So first, population and community ecology, looking at space use and habitat selection in animals, which is some of the questions that we've proposed for this research project. And then also looking at disturbance ecology. So a lot of our work focuses on urbanization, but also fire. And we do some work on the White Mountains as well as down the Sonoran Desert related to these disturbances. And we also work across multiple scales. So at really fine scales, we work along linear infrastructure like roads. And we also do some work with the CIP Canal with the Bureau of Reclamation here in Arizona. Much of our work is focused on regional study areas. So like I mentioned, our work in the Phoenix metropolitan area, or up in the White Mountains. And we also work across pretty broad scale, sometimes continental, North America, or even global, depending upon some of our questions. And then lastly, work with a bunch of different species. So a lot of our work focuses on carnivores, larger carnivores, medium-sized carnivores, flying carnivores like bats, as well as herbivores. So we work a lot with deer, javelina, also some non-native herbivores like wild pigs and livestock, and some smaller herbivores too, like squirrels and rabbits. And then also other wildlife. So since I've been working in the Southwest for a number of years now, we work a lot with lizards and desert tortoise and Gila monster, and a number of ground-dwelling birds like the roadrunner and quail, and even scorpions we've done some research with as well. And then lastly, plants. So we do a lot of work with plants because that's the foundation for some of these habitat relationships with wildlife, and especially in relation to fire, focused on the effect of fire on plants. Okay, so I just want to give a brief background there about some of our work with collaborators and graduate students and undergraduate students as well. And now I'll just kind of focus more on our proposal with a brief introduction here. And of course, like a lot of people have talked about today, and I think everyone totally recognizes how important riparian areas are for providing habitat to a bunch of different wildlife species, important movement corridors, and really, critical for the long-term persistence, especially in the Sonoran Desert with water and riparian habitat so limiting many areas. And washes provide also important habitat, but tend to be understudied, at least in terms of their effect on wildlife species. So these intermittent and ephemeral washes and streams can be really important for a whole host of different species. But relatively little research is focused on these areas. And increasingly, these riparian areas and washes are affected by fire, especially in the last 20 years, due to a number of various reasons, primarily invasive grasses, also human activities, and starting fires along roads and so forth inadvertently. And so a lot of these riparian areas and wildlife that use them are affected by wildfire. But again, there's very little research that's focused on this particular topic. And fires are increasing in Arizona and the desert. These are some images that were created by our collaborator on this proposal, Mary Latta, with the U.S. Forest Service. And on the left shows human-caused fires from 1970 to 2024. And of course, you can see all the roads and the fires that start along roads. Over here on the left, you can see the Phoenix metropolitan area. And then over here on the right are lightning-caused fires from 1970 to 2024. And historically, these fires that were started from lightning were relatively small, but now they become much larger due to invasive grasses in a lot of these systems. So it's an increasing issue throughout the Sonoran Desert. And washes, in particular, may provide refuges for wildlife from wildfire. There's more vegetation, there's more structure, there can be more water in these areas that wildlife rely on. And if a fire occurs in these places, they might be really important areas for animals to persist. But again, there's been very little research done on this particular topic in terms of these washes serving as refuges for wildlife, especially in relation to wildfire. And of course, dry washes can be really widespread in many desert areas and provide this important habitat to plants and animals. So it's just really important to understand the species that use these areas and how fire could affect these areas and that interaction between fire and washes and plants and wildlife. So our overall objective for the project is to evaluate how fire, wash, and landscape characteristics affect plant and animal communities across riparian areas, with a real emphasis on these intermittent and ephemeral dry washes in the lower Gila River watershed within the Sonoran Desert, managed by Maricopa County Parks and Recreation and the U.S. Forest Service. So those are kind of the two land management agencies that we're partnering with and plan to focus this research on. And getting into more specifics for our objectives and predictions. So to evaluate how these fire characteristics, so considering things like the size of the fire, severity, time sense fire in particular is really important, as we'll talk about more in just a moment. Riparian characteristics, so what's the vegetation community there? Wash morphology, what are the characteristics of the wash itself? Landscape characteristics like topography, so how that influences first plant species composition, so thinking about species of grass, forb, shrubs, trees, cactus, that are both native and invasive especially for some of the grasses and some of the forbs, like stinknet, as an example. And predict that more recent fires will exhibit more pioneer species, especially some of the invasive grasses and plant species. And these older fires will exhibit more trees and cactus. So maybe no surprises there, but we'll evaluate that first to understand second part here, small to large size wildlife. And we'll talk more about what some of those species are in a moment, but particularly mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and ground-dwelling birds, and predict that there'll be fewer animals found in the recently burned areas, but that the riparian areas will serve as refuges and increase species richness. So more species will use these areas, even in areas that are affected by fire. So again, kind of serving as these refuges. And for the study area, I know some of this text is kind of small, and there's a lot more detail on all the stuff in the proposal, as you know, since you read it. So I'm just kind of giving an overview here, but wanted to show just broadly where the study area was. So of course, here's the Phoenix metropolitan area. And so focused on areas on the Forest Service, Tonto National Forest, for example, and just, we'll highlight a couple of key fires probably most people have heard of, like the bushfire that happened on the Tonto National Forest. And then this is the Cave Creek Complex fire that happened several years ago now. So some of these are looking at time since fire, more recent fires, fires that are older. Some of the fires over here in the Maricopa Mountains, and so the Diamond Fire and the Rio Fire. And here's a couple fires that occurred up in Cave Creek, also Maricopa County. And then some fires down in the Superstition Mountains, the Superstition Fire, and the Siphon Fire that happened just last year, and then the Willow Fire, and there's been a number of other fires as well. But I just kind of want to highlight, there's been a lot of fires over the last 40 years in this area, and showing a handful here, but there'll be other fires we could evaluate as well, potentially for this study. So we have a nice gradient, so to speak, in terms of time sense fire and fire size, and across Maricopa County properties as well as U.S. Forest Service properties. And again, this is just another table from our proposal. Won't go into too much detail here, but it just shows the fires that we just talked about, the years they occurred. So showing the time sense fire, some of these being 30 years old, some of these being just a year or two old. The size of the fire, some of it being relatively small, 1,000 acres, and then all the way up to over 200,000 acres. So of course, very large fires have occurred, especially recently. And then the different land managers where some of this work would occur with the Maricopa County Parks and Recreation and U.S. Forest Service. And in addition, like I said before, there'd be additional fires that occur in these areas we would also consider for the study. And so for the field methods, we'd stratify the study areas based on time since fire in particular. So we'd have some sampling that occurs in fires that were relatively recent, in the last 1 to 2 years. And then we'd have another strata 3 to 10 years, 11 to 20 years, and 21 to 40 years. So we'd have sampling occurring across all these different categories to look how plants and animals respond to time sense fire, and then also sample unburned areas as our reference to get an idea what would the wildlife community look like historically in the absence of fire. And our goal would be to sample about 50 to 75 sites to have an adequate sample size to sample this entire grading of time since fire. And so across each of our sites, we would sample plants, and we'd have transects that were set up, and we would have quadrats, and we would sample the grasses, forbs, shrubs, trees, and cactus. We also would do some point quarter methods, so we could sample some of the trees and cactus, which aren't always well captured on some of the transects. And we'd also, like I said earlier, focus on the native species and also some of the non-native species as well, especially some of the non-native grasses and forbs. And that would help inform the wildlife component. And so for the wildlife sampling, there'd be two different methods that we would focus on. First, for the small to medium-sized animals, we'd use these specialized wildlife cameras that are set up on frames. So there's just a PVC pipe frame that we've used these in other projects. And there's also drift fencing here. And you can see this in a little dry wash. So it funnels animal movement underneath the camera, which is here pointed straight down. And we would set up these cameras in riparian areas and across this range of different time since fire categories. We'd also would sample multiple seasons, so look at how wildlife changed across the hot, dry, hot, wet, and cool, wet seasons. And just show you some of the photos we've gotten from some of our other projects that are focused on washes. So of course, the whole small mammal community, mice, kangaroo rats, various squirrels. Here's a bobcat that's coming underneath the camera, pack rats, jackrabbits, cottontail rabbits, and these ground-dwelling birds like roadrunner and quail. And again, a bunch of different lizards using these sites as well. So there's a lot of different species of zebra-tailed lizard, and horned lizard, and tiger whiptails and so forth, as well as amphibians, snoring desert toad. And then a lot of snakes use these areas. Here's a Western diamondback rattlesnake over here, desert tortoise, Gila monster. And so these cameras do a pretty good job of capturing the wildlife community, but it doesn't capture all animals, just these smaller species. And so to sample some of the larger animals using these washes in relation to fire, we would also set up these more traditional wildlife cameras on trees and posts. And again, just like we talked about for the previous type of cameras, they'd be set up at the same sites, and we'd be sampling the riparian areas and these different time since fire categories and evaluate multiple seasons. And we've used these also for a number of projects throughout Arizona and other areas as well. And you're all familiar with the wildlife that we see in the desert, but bobcat and coyote and javelina, mule deer, roadrunner, jackrabbits, the 4 different skunk species that we have in Arizona, mountain lion, and a bunch of other species as well. So we would aim to try to capture that small to large wildlife community with these 2 different types of camera models. And then we'd look at a bunch of different variables across these sites, just as a summary for the fire characteristics. We'd look at the size of the fire severity, and time since fire in particular would be something we'd really focus on. We'd also measure the wash characteristics, see how this influenced wildlife. So what's the vegetation at these sites? What's the wash morphology? And then also look at landscape characteristics, especially related to topography and terrain ruggedness. So we'd use the camera data and then all these variables across fire, washes, and landscapes to understand those relationships. And I'm not going to go into too much detail here, happy to answer questions more later on, but our analytical methods would focus on population modeling, and probably not familiar with any of these methods, but we've used these for a number of projects, occupancy modeling and this relative habitat use models, were just a very brief overview within a season. If we had, say, 5 occasions that were, say, a week long, and we had our 50 sites here, a 1 would be recorded if the species was detected, and a 0 would be recorded if the species was not detected. And so we'd account for detection probability, and we'd relate the camera data to all of those landscape variables we just talked about. And we do this in statistical program called R, and do AIC model selection, just some common modeling approaches. And again, happy to talk about those methods more later on if people have any questions. But we've used these for a number of projects in the past with graduate students and collaborators. And then just kind of wrapping things up here.
We got about 5 minutes left.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that?
We got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. I'm just wrapping up. Thank you so much. So the timeline for the project here, from 2025 to 2027, I won't go into all these details, but starting now and going into January, obtaining permits and permissions to conduct the field work, meeting with our colleagues to finalize the study plan. And then we would hire a student at ASU, an undergraduate student, and with the potential, maybe they could use this for a graduate project would be ideal. But we'd identify a student to work on the project for the field work and for some of the analyses, working with myself and our collaborators. We'd have a number of meetings with the students and our partners. And then starting in the summertime and going into the fall, and hopefully beyond that too, fall into the early winter at least, data collection with the plant sampling and with the wildlife cameras. And then always the bottleneck is processing this data. There's a lot of photos to go through and do the species identification. So we would do that starting in the summer and going into the fall and early winter. And then in 2026, going into the spring, conducting analyses, finalizing the project. And then we'd write up all the results in terms of report and also submitting a paper for publication to a scientific journal. We'd present all of the results to the commission as outlined in the application, and also present the information to the public and state and federal agencies. So kind of talked about a lot of these products here, the written report, publications, presentations, and just to conclude here with benefits to people in conservation. So the project would benefit the public by promoting conservation of wildlife, including species of conservation concern, like the Sonoran Desert Tortoise, but a lot of different species as well, and better understand the impacts of fire on plants and wildlife in riparian areas, especially these dry washes in the Sonoran Desert. And again, there's really not much information known about any of this. And so it provides really important information that can be used by local, state, and federal tribal agencies to inform the management of riparian areas and promote the long-term conservation of wildlife in these riparian areas in Arizona. An especially important topic, just given the projections of changing climates and fire and human influences. And so really important topics to better understand to best manage and conserve wildlife populations. And with that, again, we'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to present our project proposal, and appreciate your time and consideration with our proposal and project, and happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate the presentation. Are there questions from commissioners? Any commissioners online? All righty, looks like we have no questions for this one. So appreciate your time and the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You.
Alrighty, moving right along. The next application is WPF 2609, restoring the Gila River Tamarisk removal.
Hello. Is it okay if I stand over here?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll need access.
You'll be glad to know I'm presenting the last two grants in one.
Oh.
So you're almost done. While he's putting that together, I'm Cassie Thomas. I represent I'm the main applicant that put together these two grants. I'm the landowner. My better half is not here today. He's working, but it's just my quick introduction. Okay, so thank you, Ruben. So as I said, I'm representing both of the last two grant applications. At first, when I put together the grant application, it was just for our own property. My husband and I, a couple of years ago, decided to spend a large chunk of our retirement funds to purchase some property out in Fort Thomas, Arizona, which is, if you're not familiar, it's getting closer to the Safford area. And we just love it out there. It's our little slice of heaven. We like to have fun and take our kids. But quickly discovered that it's overrun with non-native species and it's prone to wildfires, which I'll get into in a minute. And so I decided that I would apply for this grant application. And after having done so, word spread amongst our fellow landowners out there, and they said, well, we'd like to be part of the grant as well. And so I said, well, sure, why not? I'll put it all together. So anyways, and that's why Ruben said I could submit to, so I submitted to, and it turned out to be a full-time job for me, which you guys are all very familiar with. I was not. I'm a newbie at this process. So that's why I have two. So the first one would be 84 acres of our approximately 96 acre property. And then the other one is a cumulative 186 acre effort, which represents a portion of 4 landowners and our properties. Not all, not the like total area of all of our properties, but the properties that need to be addressed with hopefully the grant funds. Okay, so next slide, please, Ruben. Okay, so project overview. Gosh, this is a lot smaller than I thought it would be. But essentially what I'm hoping to receive from you is one or the other funds. But we're looking at somewhere between either 84 acres for my property or the 186 acres. And then this is sort of a breakdown. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is a breakdown of the parcels that are involved in this and how many acres per parcel that would be benefited by this grant. So we would be working with 3 different partners. One of them would be the Arizona Conservation Corps, and this is actually a photo of the representatives from the Conservation Corps. We did a bushwhacking experience on our property, essentially to get to the river because you can see how overgrown it is. But had a great time learning from them how to bushwhack on my own property. So they are going to be involved, and I'll get into the details of that in a minute. We also are going to be applying herbicide, and I'll talk about that. We're going to do hopefully some controlled burning, although I know there was a question that came up from the committee, so I'll talk about that. And hopefully preserve the native species and help to prevent some natural regrowth. Yes, please, thank you. Okay, so I don't know, I feel like you've listened to these presentations so many times, it's an insult to your intelligence to go over all of this, but you know that this is going to conserve, X amount of, water acres per, tree and feet and all these kinds of things. And this is all written down there. And it will, help to support native vegetation, willow, cottonwood, all these great things that are desperately trying to grow back on our properties. Here's a picture again of a portion of the river that runs through our property that we're really blessed to have, though it's really difficult to reach these days. So that's the problem. We've got a lot of issues here with the growth, and then we have fire issues. And then people can't get to the river. And then, our solution is that we're hoping to have your help to get rid of all of the garbage that's not supposed to be there. And then again, water savings, fire, and everything. So I'll skip all of that since you're probably done hearing about all the details. Okay. So next one, please, Ruben. Okay. So, as I said, we have 3 different people that we're trying to partner with, and you guys had, I don't know if it was you, but someone had raised the question about, do we actually have approval to move forward with these folks? I neglected to put a simple letter in there that says that they are indeed going to help, and so I do have those, and I can send those to the committee should you need them. But Boulder Creek Construction is a local entity that has agreed to help. They're going to do all the heavy machinery work. So we discovered through some research that it's best practice, if possible, to pull the tamarisk out by the roots, because as I'm sure you're quite familiar with, it grows back just by looking at them crossly. So pulling them out is going to be helpful. They have that kind of capability. And then they have a lot of the heavy machinery. My husband and I have some heavy machinery as well, but we don't have the ability to operate it at such a high level. So we would need help with that. We have also asked HydroPest to help us. They are also a local company, and they are licensed, and I do have their certification to be able to apply herbicide in the proper ones, whether it's water soluble as we get closer to the river and so forth. And I have that as well. I know that was something that the committee was looking for. So I did obtain that between the feedback and today. So they'll do that. They'll do pinpoint stuff. We also learned through our research that it's really important to apply that herbicide basically as soon as the trees have been cut. So they'll be working hand in hand with Boulder Creek in order to get that done and make sure we do this well. And then the Conservation Corps is going to come out and help us no matter which application, should either one be approved, the Conservation Corps is on board for either one of them because their scope of work wouldn't change. They're going to address 6 acres right along the river on our property only, in order to be able to preserve as much native vegetation as possible without it being bulldozed by heavy machinery. Plus, everything's a lot more sensitive as you get closer to the river, but they're incredibly expensive. And so we have to keep those costs, obviously, as low as we possibly can, while also trying to make the biggest impact. So we're looking at approximately a 3.5-year timeline, and I'll break that down in just a second. But this photo just shows you, as I've said, we've had multiple fires, and this just shows you a picture of the mature tamarisk that were there and how they just pop back within 6 months to a year. So just to show you kind of what we're up against. Next one, please. Okay, so this is a picture format of the timeline. Everyone loves pictures, or I do. The area in here sort of designates the willow flycatcher, the endangered species that's in the area, and their nesting season. And so we wouldn't want, I learned through all of this process that you wouldn't want to do any kind of work during that time frame. So our scope of work is outside of that time frame. You would halt all operations during then. So I'll spare you running through all the details, but you can kind of see that we would start, should we be selected, we would start as soon as possible. And then it would be in a 3-phase removal process. And then that would be followed up with continuing to monitor, treat with herbicides, anything that might regrow. And then my husband and I plan to basically die on that property, so we'll be there for the rest of our lives, continuing to monitor that. All right, thank you, Ruben. Next one. Okay, so this slide, I just wanted to talk briefly about the environmental piece. These photos show you the most recent fire, the Bryce fire that just happened, if you happen to be familiar with that. This is the bridge that goes out to our property coming this way. And the fire was just right here. This is a really famous, I don't know if anyone's from that area. If you are, you know Meg's. It's essentially the only restaurant there. And this is inside Meg's, and the fire is just right there. So the fires are really, obviously they're a threat, but I mean, they happen all the time. They impact people, they impact people's homes, lives, property. And so we really would love to get rid of some of this, as I said, garbage. You can see this is not my land, but my land looks a lot like this, and I'll show you some pictures of that. So we would make sure that we are closed during the wildlife closures for the willow flycatcher. I talked with Grand County about getting a burn permit. It is on our own property, so we don't have to go through maybe as much regulation as other people, depending on if you were on government property. It's a really, really easy process to get the permit, and it would be a turnaround. I did look into that. That was another question that was brought up. Everything else, I think I talked about. I think that would be it for that slide. Next slide. Okay. Again, this is all kind of common sense. It is going to be a great public benefit for, I mean, it's on our own land what we're asking for, but everything that will flow beyond our property, as you're well aware, will be positively impacted. The San Carlos Reservation is about 4 miles downstream from us. So this is something that's highly important and sensitive to them, and their livelihood and their well-being. So we want to help all citizens essentially downstream. And this image shows our property. This is on our property. This is the mature tamarisk that was burned just recently, and this is native willow that's trying so hard to come back. And this is actually one of the areas that the Conservation Corps would be working in to help support these seedlings and help them to stay established and not to be overgrown. I think that's enough for that slide. Okay, so I have 3 slides. This is the first of 3 that addresses some of the feedback that I received from our grant applications. One of the questions, if I understand the question correctly, was in terms of our scope of work and being able to pay back the people that are going to be helping us. So great question. You're right on target. We are private landowners. We are not ASU. We don't have a ton of money in our back pocket, so we would definitely be taking advantage of the seed money if that is offered to us. And then all of our contracted work is well aware of that, and they would start work on our property with the seed money. And then it happens to be that the nesting seasons would actually be to our benefit, where that rest period would help us to reabsorb funds from you and then to start work again in the next season. So in a perfect world, everything should work out great. I already talked about the letters of support. I have already received those, and I can send those along should you need those. I do have some ongoing questions about requiring work permits, and I don't know if this is the proper time and place for that, but if you want to ask me questions about that, and I can hopefully try to get more information from you. There was a question about any coordinated effort with any other programs. We're not working in conjunction with any other federal programs or anything like that. And then I already talked about the reimbursable funds. So let's go to the next slide, Ruben. Okay, so these permits and clearances question. The first one was the burn permit. I would have a question for you guys, or you can ask me later, however that works. Because I noticed in the San Carlos tribe that they were concerned about us burning, and so that would be something that we would need to clear up. But in terms of getting a burn permit, as I mentioned earlier, that will be very easy for us, and I've already talked with the local fire department out there. The pesticide application, I already have that changed now and can send that forward. This one is a little bit bigger of a beast, I've realized, and so I'm going to have to look into that a little bit more. Full transparency there, but I know where to get started now. And historic preservation office, I'll need some clarification on that one. Thought I had everything taken care of there, and I already have the contractor agreements. One more slide for feedback. Revegetation activities, there was a question there. So none of the landowners that would be involved in either of these applications have access to water rights to the Gila. We're talking about a huge swath of acreage here, and in order to be able to support revegetation, we would need to have surface rights in order to be able to do that. So we don't have that at this time. So right now our goal is to remove, monitor, make sure nothing else new is growing in the area that shouldn't be there. Okay, and I think there's just one more slide. Okay, closing. Just in summary, we're hoping for one of our applications to hopefully be approved. In a perfect world, it would be the group one, because now we're impacting a larger amount of land along the Gila River, which would have positive butterfly effects downriver. But in between 84 to 86 acres, we're looking at 3.5 years roughly that we would be using your funds to help make sure that this is a successful project. We have Boulder Creek, HydroPest, and Arizona Conservation Corps that are on board for this. And then I just wanted to show you these photos from our property. So this is one of our quads, and I'm standing here looking at, this is a regrowth of the salt cedars. These are just babies, and they are up to here on me. So when I said bushwhacking earlier, I literally meant that we were fighting our way to get through to the river, which is on that side of that dense thicket. So just to kind of give you a visual of what it looks like out there. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Thompson.
This is kind of more towards the staff review. If we could go back a slide to that, right there, Endangered Species Act consultation. What are they asked? What are they concerned about there? I mean, this is on private property, and what's going to be required from them exactly?
Well, that would be as part of the grant, we can't be affecting endangered species, that there might be critical habitat that's been designated through there. And what the species might be there. So again, as part of the contract conditions, I would recommend including that with consultation, either under section 7, which might, it also might be a section 9. I think it's more for private animals, a little bit different. But yeah, we would write in those details of just making sure that whatever actions are there, our actions are funding that project. It's not going to be affecting endangered species. A lot of, in other projects, I mean, they do have these windows that they don't want any, if there's nesting birds or known nesting birds, that they close out the window, like the applicant had stated, you know, from spring till October or something, that no work be there after they're done, which time they can be looking there. So again, just making sure covering the applicant ourselves for funding that we're not going to be affecting, potentially affecting endangered species if they're out there, you know, critical habitat, and yeah, through that. So that was staff's recommendation to include at least an informal, if nothing else, consultation with Fish and Wildlife Service. They can look at it, provide feedback on any project mitigation efforts we might need.
You can still undertaking on private land, so if there's habitat there and you destroy the habitat of endangered species, they'll taking even if it's on private land. So that's why it's better to go through Fish and Wildlife Service as well, because I forget what the program's called, where they can actually establish, you know, all right, if you're creating additional habitat, and then they'll set up the parameters on if the habitat gets degraded, whether or not that actually equates to a taking or not. So that's why it still has to be done on private land as well, for endangered species.
Thank you for the clarification. And I think recent reports have multiple grants have actually been in the past have been used on this land, not on our land, but in that exact same watershed area. So there's probably even something already out there, but I would do my due diligence and follow up on that.
Commissioner Beesmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about the civilian conservation corps assistance on there, but would you include that as a maybe a little bit to ruin? Would that not be included as a matching fund? Because are they actually working on your property to do that?
They are, but we would be paying for that.
Oh, you're paying for that? They're not following. It's not a volunteer.
It's not a volunteer effort.
Thank you.
Sure, of course.
I was reading that San Carlos letter, and it's pretty interesting and quite detailed. And since they're saying it's going to affect them, have they said anything about maybe doing some in-kind help to do this? They even asked about replanting native species. Would they be willing to do some of that? Have you spoke with them about?
I have not yet, though it's on my list. When I saw that they chimed in on the application, I kind of did this number. So there's a salutation on that letter. So I was planning on reaching out and seeing if there was any way that they might be interested in helping. So yes, the answer is no, but maybe yes. I'm gonna find out.
Other questions? Any commissioners online have questions? So I have a question for you. My only real concern with this particular project is there aren't any revegetation efforts, because particularly with tamarisk, it changes the soil conditions, etc. And so if there isn't an active revegetation effort, it can really prolong the recovery time. You're not necessarily guaranteed to get revegetation of native species. It often opens up for other non-native species invasion without any kind of active role in that. And it also can lead to increased erosion. So one of the big concerns about this project, just to be honest with you about that, and I think who told you that you couldn't do any revegetation before they did have water?
Okay, so let me answer that question, and then if you wouldn't mind, don't let me forget, I would like to speak to the erosion piece. So I guess nobody told me that except myself. Although I did speak with the Gila Watershed Nursery regarding this application, and they want to be on board, yet they essentially told me that that kind of acreage to be able to support the watering of native species, especially in a desert area, is going to require a lot of water. And we don't have the authority to be able to pull that kind of water out of our personal wells to support it. So the next step would be able to have surface water rights to the river. And from the research that I've done, you are not allowed to pull water from the river. So
The reason for that question is because we were just actively planting, doing a revegetation effort, but you weren't irrigating it from the river. Well, then you don't need a water right for that. So a lot of times with vegetation efforts with some of these projects, we've seen they'll remove the tamarask, and then there might be a little replanting. Basically, just planting the willows down so you have soil that's in contact in the water, and that doesn't require a water. You're not actively pulling water out of the river or from your well if you have a well that's located. It's called the subflow zone. So that's kind of what I was wondering, where if there was somebody who told you that you needed a water right to do.
And do you mean at the water, closer to the river area where we can essentially just drop in shoots and things?
Right. So if you just did a replanting effort and you weren't irrigating it, then you're not pulling water out of the river.
Okay, thank you for the education on that. That's an easy enough effort for us all to do.
So that's what I was wondering, and I understand now why you didn't include a revegetation effort in this project, but that's my main concern. So.
Sure, absolutely. Just quickly to speak to the erosion piece, we are all of the landowners are on previously cultivated land. So we believe that that would help in terms of this not being a massive erosion issue, because everything is already flat out there anyways. We won't be dragging tractors and digging up earth and that kind of thing. We're trying to do a pulling effort to the best of our ability. So hopefully that would be minimal, but.
Yeah, I'm worried that might destabilize the soil by ripping it out and ripping the roots out, and you're leaving that soil exposed. And so that's kind of where my concern is. And I already expressed that. So I'll get off that.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is this an AMA area?
No.
It's not? Okay.
This is close to Sanford.
Oh, okay.
It's outside. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Well, we very much appreciate your time. And
yes, thank you.
And presenting.
All right. Well, you guys have a great breakfast.
All right, the next agenda item is a call for future agenda items. I think we do need to have an agenda item for our next meeting to discuss the Phoenix project and whether or not it's eligible for funding. I'd like to have that discussion before we go through the.
That's the 2603, right?
No, that's his number. The flow study, of course, that's 26, 12. Yeah.
There's also, there's another one.
And then I think.
Is it Red Rock?
Yeah, so Red Rock. Or is it on here?
Where they one is the was that the one where
Yeah, there was a question about, because they, in the application, that was that line item that didn't get taken out about conservation. Yeah, water conservation is not something to be funded.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they said that
already.
well, it was in left. That line item was in there on accident. They meant to take it out, but none of the water protection funds would go towards water conservation.
Okay, I missed it.
And then we need to have a discussion about whether or not projects that involve E. coli exposure are eligible. I don't know, I know that was brought up in the staff reviews on the projects that had E. coli. There, I know the, let's see. So the lower Tapco River access point, and there was elevated levels of E. coli.
Oh, yes.
And then,
Just a question about the Hacienda project.
yeah, that one he clarified that the remediation, it was fully remediated for the hospital link project. And then we had, the 2604 enhancing rangeland repairing hill, that's one also had E. coli contamination. I think that, well, looking for feedback, I think we need to have that discussion, whether or not those are
Can you
eligible.
say again what the issue is with that?
There are elevated levels of E. coli in water system, so if they're doing, and part of our mission policies is that we don't fund projects that deal with environmental contaminants, but it's not well defined. So with your policy, E. coli to me is a little bit tricky. I don't know if it falls within our policy. Our policy basically says that it includes hazardous substances, hazardous waste, petroleum products, or environmental protection agency priority toxic pollutants. So I don't know whether or not E. coli falls within it. So yeah, so I don't know if it really falls within our description.
Something we should ask the consultant. There's a lawyer in there.
Yeah.
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 Maybe that's something we can have him clarify.
I just don't know.
Because that's also it's an issue with that Verde River, but also Bubba Company.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that there's two applications dealing with that.
That also, they just stated that there are elevated levels of E. coli. So I don't know if that, in the staff review, there was a comment about that, and then we'd have to get DWR concurrence, but I don't know if that really.
Specifically does it.
But if we don't think we need to have that discussion, I'm fine with that. But if it's going to be an issue,
How hard would it be to get the lawyer to say his opinion on it?
Yeah, we need to get, our Kelly is not she's not on the meeting, so we'd have to get a legal.
Possible before next meeting?
We've got 2 weeks before that, so.
yes, why don't we put an agenda item to discuss whether or not E. coli is excluded by our policy, and then you can kind of maybe look into if we can get some kind of opinion on it. I'm really on the fence about it because I feel like it's not a big deal personally.
And it goes up and I can be influenced up and down.
So, okay, so let's just at least talk about it, and then.
So I have WPF 2612, the city of Phoenix is a separate eligibility issue. The WPF 2601, is that the Red Rock project? Did the commission want to speak, talk about it separately, or is that?
Well, we thought we got, there was clarification made today.
Yeah, do we need to have that as okay, and then we'll have an opinion if E. coli from our legal staff, E. coli is part of the prohibited environmental contaminant definition.
Yeah, because I feel like, I personally feel like our policy is leaning more towards, really hazardous substances, hazardous waste, VOCs, don't know if environmental protection agency priority toxic pollutants cover and pulling, I don't know.
So, Ruben, would it be easy for you to just send us out a quick email on those particular words that we were not real sure about? We have the code right, but then there's a couple others that where they actually qualified to be.
Yeah, we're gonna have those as actual agenda items.
Oh,
on the next meeting, yeah.
next meeting.
Yeah, we're gonna actually
Yeah,
discuss those.
so we can really study that.
Yeah, so we'll discuss those at our next meeting before we get into the applicant evaluation round and any other agenda items that anybody has. Okay.
Mr. I was gonna bring up one, I was gonna put on the agenda or run by you, but, as far as planning for next year, we have to go through a triennial grant application review process starting next year. I was gonna request to put that on the agenda just to get that planning phase again before we go out for public comment. Have a public hearing on our current grant application guidelines, the application manual. And if the public wants to continue, wants any updates on things like that, we'll go through a public process. That'll be kind of an FYI, kicking out that process. That's an agenda item to get that.
Sure. Yep. That's great. Alrighty, our future meeting date will be November 19th, and I think we can set our March date as that meeting. We need to do that for the here. Yes, sir.
Just for planning purposes for the November 19th meeting, did you want to plan on having that here again, or do you want to have it back? WR?
We can do that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. And also for the November 19th meeting, just as a reminder, if everybody can have all the projects ranked when you initially ranked when you get to the meeting, and we'll have a roundtable discussion about it. You can re-rank, and then we'll have the table again where we all read our rankings off, and then we'll consider the applications in that order if that's acceptable to everyone.
What time is the meeting start?
9. Whatever time the commission would like. It's
9 too early for you. We can start at 10. For me, it's easy to get off or down here. So I know it's for those of you who have to travel.
Just help. It's 10, rather than 9.
Okay, 10 a.m. Today we started early just because I was going to be a long day.
Right.
So, okay, this is our second call to the public. Again, comment limited to 3 minutes. The commission can't take any action on any items that aren't on the agenda. Are there any members of the commission or the public who wish to be heard? Hearing none.
everybody just to make sure. Last time.
I can only unmute some people for some reason.
If a member of the public would like to speak, you'll have to unmute yourself or put something in the comments.
Going once. All right. Y'all prefer to adjourn via motion or?
I move that we adjourn.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it. We'll see you on the 19th.